and welcome to the MRW conference. Normally, this would be in part of the National Recycling Awards, but is now a separate online event. This will be a one-off occurrence. We are already planning for the 2021 awards and conference to be held at the usual venue back at the London Park Lane Hilton. What makes the National Recycling Awards so interesting to me is how it brings together such a wide range of people within the waste and recycling industry, as well as retailers, suppliers, producers, academics, and others. The whole supply chain is represented. The conference today reflects this diversity. All parts of society have a stake in how well the industry operates, and more people across all sectors are forming well thought out opinions on resource efficiency. More and more people are also aware of the problems that afflict our industry and cause headaches for the hundreds of hard-working legitimate operators out there. Every time we see waste being dumped, whether in our local communities or in a Malaysian jungle, it brings unwarranted disrepute to those operators. Waste crime is often perpetrated by sophisticated organised gangs, which are very clever indeed. The Environment Agency Chief Executive James Bevan even once said that to take them down, Al Capone type operations were needed. It's no easy thing to combat, and not just a matter for regulators or just a matter for our industry. It will take cooperation. And this is already happening. At the beginning of the year, the Joint Unit on Waste Crime was launched, and I'm very pleased indeed to have Nicola Lawton, National Enforcement Service Deputy Director at the Environment Agency, as our opening speaker. Then we have a panel session asking the seemingly simple question, how on earth does UK waste end up illegally exported and dumped overseas? With representatives from the Environment Agency, Recycling Association, Environmental Services Association, Disposal and Acumen. I think the question touches upon the waste system as a whole. It's not just about cops and robbers and tracking down criminals abusing that system. It's about markets for secondary materials and the state of the UK's reprocessing infrastructure, which is why I'm very keen indeed to hear what Chris Preston, Deputy Director of Resources and Waste at DEFRA, has to tell us this afternoon. The Resources and Waste Strategy was launched in the dying days of 2018, and we are still keenly awaiting to see what difference that might make. There is a wider context as well, which many would say dwarfs all other considerations. In the past few weeks, we have seen a series of important announcements from the government on carbon reduction and shifting the UK to a green economy. The ESA has committed to decarbonising the waste industry, and we may even get recycling targets in terms of carbon rather than by weight of material. But again, we'll have to perhaps ask Chris about that. We have two sessions touching on this topic today. The Head of Sustainability at Reconomy will speak on the drive to net zero and how data and reporting can aid sustainable management of waste and resources. We will also hear from Georgia Elliott-Smith, a campaigner with a background in construction and sustainability, who strongly disagrees with the waste industry's reliance on energy from waste on grounds of carbon emissions. It is a hot topic for the industry and one that provokes many heated arguments. MRW's role here is to stimulate progressive discussion and reflection on the facts, stats and figures. Finally, we are focusing on public attitudes and how recycling works on the ground. FCC and North East Northamptonshire Council will speak on household waste and recycling centres, which have proved their importance during the pandemic, and what needs to be done to stamp out fly tipping. We then, the final session will be a panel session with representatives from LWAB, the University of Exeter and Hubbub to examine how best to get public engaged with recycling. It is a very packed afternoon, and thank you very much indeed to our sponsors, to Disposal, Acumen, FCC and Reconomy. Working partnership in this way enables MRW to bring these events to you. Finally, the National Recycling Awards ceremony itself is taking place on the 27th of January. Just a quick plug for you to sign up and join the festivities there. Before I go over to our first speaker, Nicola, if you have any questions for our speakers, please type into the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. We shall go through those and get as many of the questions answered as humanly possible. Without further ado then, I would very much like to introduce to you Nicola Lawton, National Enforcement Service Deputy Director at the Environment Agency. Over to you, Nicola.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to be joining you this afternoon, albeit virtually rather than all together in London. I hope today is still a valuable and useful day for you though. My name is Nikki Lawton and I'm the Deputy Director for Enforcement in the Environment Agency. I oversee our operational enforcement activity, and today I'm going to talk to you about our fight to tackle serious and organised waste crime, and in particular the new Joint Unit for Waste Crime, which was launched earlier this year. The waste industry, of which many of you are a part, is a £6.8 billion industry across the UK. It's responsible for 120,000 jobs. We produce 200 million tonnes of waste every year across the UK, which all needs to be managed. Around 4.2 million tonnes of that waste is exported, but the rest remains in the UK. The introduction of landfill tax in 1996 shifted waste management away from traditional disposal and towards recovery. This has incentivised the use of waste as a resource and has increased reuse and recycling, which is fantastic for the environment. The amount of waste that we now consign to landfill has been reduced by 73% since the tax was introduced in 1996. However, there is widespread illegality within the industry, costing England alone £600 million every year, and some studies estimate this could be as high as £1 billion. Waste crime can take many different forms. Illegal dumping of waste is one of the most visible forms of waste crime, with the potential to affect local communities. It's believed that illegal dumping is becoming increasingly organised in nature, and we're seeing large amounts of waste being dumped. Illegal waste sites cost England £98 million every year. Last year, in the Environment Agency, we closed down over 900 illegal waste sites, but unfortunately we identified 750 new ones. New sites are set up easily and quickly, and we need to disrupt, deter and punish the criminals behind those sites to stop that pattern of dispersal. The illegal burning of waste can have a significant impact, not just to the environment, but to local communities and businesses. And those impacts are exacerbated when sites are situated close to critical infrastructure, such as road and rail networks. The illegal export of waste is often opportunistic, reacting to fluctuations in the legitimate market as a way to make money. However, several countries are restricting the types and quantity of waste that they will accept from us. So that means both legitimate and illegal markets are having to find alternative export routes. Serious permits and exemption breaches cost us £87 million every year. These are people who are illegal operators attempting to put in place a veil of legitimacy by having a permit or exemption. The landfill tax regime I mentioned a moment ago is unfortunately open to abuse. Fraudulent activity and the misclassification of waste costs a huge £290 million every year. In more recent years, the nature of offending has evolved so that alongside the more traditional regulatory offending, there has been the introduction and sharp increase in large-scale organised waste crime. Criminal activities are often spanning regional, national and sometimes international boundaries. Individuals are often part of criminal groups and are exploiting the regulatory model to make a lot of money quickly and with a perception of comparatively low consequences. Many of the controlling minds are career criminals linked to other serious and organised crime such as fraud, money laundering, drug supply and modern-day slavery. They're able to use the resources and networks from their other criminal activities to fund their crime in the waste industry. In November 2017, our then Secretary of State for the Environment, Michael Gove, commissioned a review into serious and organised waste crime. The review made 10 recommendations for change, which broadly fall into 3 themes. The recommendations firstly included improvements to the tools and powers that the Environment Agency are able to use in relation to waste crime. They also recognise the importance of upstream interventions to prevent the criminal activity from happening in the first place, and the important role that the waste industry has to play in that. A number of recommendations linked to partnership working, and arguably the flagship recommendation from the review was to establish a joint unit for waste crime. The unit is an exciting initiative which recognises the benefits partnership working can have in disrupting and deterring crime. Because criminal gangs and individuals operating in the waste industry are often involved in other types of crime, working collaboratively with other law enforcement partners can often have the best results. The Joint Unit for Waste Crime brings together a range of organisations to work in partnership to tackle the serious and organised crime we're seeing in the UK waste industry, and we launched in January this year. The unit is led by the Environment Agency, but it's a collaboration with other UK environmental regulators, such as the Scottish Environment Protection Agency, Natural Resources Wales, and the Northern Ireland Environment Agency. We're also joined by more traditional law enforcement agencies, such as the police, British Transport Police, and the National Crime Agency, as well as HMRC, because of the significant tax implications that there are to waste crime. Over the last few months, we've invested time in establishing networks across the partner organisations, understanding how each partner works and what tools and powers we're each able to use. We've begun to share intelligence with each other around the criminals who are of interest to each of us, but that also have a footprint in the waste industry. The unit is bringing together these organisations to look at and have an impact on serious and organised crime across the criminal justice network. Traditionally, it's fair to say that we've looked at waste crime through, unsurprisingly, a very waste-focused lens. Waste criminals committing waste offences in any given place. The unit has given us an opportunity to look at things in a different way. Now we're looking at the criminals behind serious and organised waste crime more holistically. We look at the totality of their offending and why they're of interest to our partners as well as to us. By working together, we can disrupt, deter and punish those criminals, undermining their ability to continue offending. A huge part of collaborative working is to find the most impactful way of doing that. After all, Al Capone was convicted and imprisoned for tax evasion, not for the crimes that he committed as a notorious mobster in America. But still, he was stopped from offending and taken off the streets, and that was the outcome that everyone wanted. By adopting this approach and being intelligence-led, we're better able to understand the criminals that we're dealing with and deploy our collective resources where they will have the best impact. Another side to our work to tackle serious and organised crime is looking further upstream. In an ideal world, we would stop crime from happening in the first place, not just take action or stop it once it's happened. That way, the environment doesn't get damaged, legitimate businesses aren't undercut, and communities aren't impacted. With that in mind, we're keen to work with stakeholders, communities and industry through events like today. We want to raise awareness of waste crime, how it happens, how it can be prevented, and the impacts that it can have. Ultimately, we want producers to make sure their waste never ends up in the hands of criminals. We will use the experience and intelligence that we've got from dealing with the effects of waste crime to support others to develop interventions which will help stop further crime from happening in the future. Since we launched in January, we've taken part in a number of multi-agency operations with targeted interventions against individuals and locations who are causing significant and serious harm and are placing a demand on a number of law enforcement agencies. The unit is now, I'm pleased to say, leading a number of operations that are looking at offending which spans the UK. Those operations involve individuals who are involved in other criminal activities, such as gun crime, drugs, vehicle theft, and money laundering, to name but a few. As well as leading operations of our own, the unit has also facilitated or taken part in a number of operations which will support our partners to target individuals or groups for non-waste offences, but that have that footprint in the waste industry, going back to the Al Capone example. We're joining agencies together at the sharp end. In October, the unit was an integral part in the organisation and coordination of a multi-agency week of action looking to target metal and waste crime. It was led by one of the unit's strategic partners, British Transport Police. The week of action was a great demonstration of the benefits that you can achieve through partnership working. Multiple partners were able to come together to undertake a series of proactive interventions and activities. Over a 5-day period, over 1,100 vehicles were stopped and 550 sites were visited. Over 150 offences were detected and 29 arrests were made. The operation has made a real difference. The impact that that week of action has had on the waste industry is far greater than anything that the individual agencies could have achieved on their own in the same period of time. In addition, it has allowed us to develop new relationships at national, regional and local levels, which will help lead to further activity. There will be more operations of this sort in the future. We'll integrate more partners with different interventions and investigative capabilities. In a press release following the week of action, I was really struck by a comment which was made by Sergeant Craig Flavell from the Cambridgeshire Constabulary. He said, "We can't be everywhere, but we could be anywhere." I think it's a great quote and one which sums up our work really well. We know we don't have enough resources to be on every waste site, checking every lorry which is carrying waste. But the formation of the Joint Unit for Waste Crime has given us the ability to have a much greater presence across the waste industry. We've got more eyes and ears through those of our partners and greater intelligence to help us target where we should be at any point in time. We know that we can't tackle serious and organised waste crime alone. The Joint Unit for Waste Crime is bringing together multiple partners to work together to take action to deter, disrupt and punish those who do offend. However, we need the support of the waste industry as well, both to help us target those who are offending, but to stop offending from happening in the first place. We know that there are lots of people across the waste industry who want to do the right thing and who want to operate legitimately and rid the sector of serious and organised crime. Together, we need to make the waste industry an unattractive prospect for criminal gangs and individuals. They need to feel unwelcome, they need to struggle to get business, and they need to fear being caught. If the waste industry becomes a difficult place for them to operate and make money, then they will leave the industry. Most of the gangs and individuals involved in serious and organised waste crime have no loyalty or affiliation to the waste industry. They are only here for the money they believe they can make. There are things that you can do to help us tackle waste crime. Make sure you have the correct permissions in place and comply with the limits and conditions of your permission. Fulfil your duty of care. Anyone dealing with waste is required to keep it safe, make sure it's dealt with responsibly, and only given to businesses who are authorised to take it, right through all the way to its final resting place. If everyone fulfilled their duty of care the whole way through the waste chain, then waste criminals wouldn't have a business, as no one would work with them and they would never get hold of any waste. I appreciate that that is a very aspirational view, and it is much more complex than that in reality. However, it does illustrate how important a tool duty of care is in preventing waste crime. Duty of care is a regulatory tool, and taking full responsibility goes even a little bit further than that. Finally, I've talked already about the importance of intelligence, eyes and ears on the ground to understand the offending which is taking place. Whilst the Joint Unit for Waste Crime increases our capacity in that regard, we still can't be everywhere. You are in and around the waste industry on an ongoing basis, so please help us by being our eyes and ears. If you see suspicious or illegal activity, please let us know. You can report it through the Environment Agency's 24-hour hotline or anonymously and confidentially to Crime Stoppers. Waste crime is a serious issue, damaging our environment and impacting on businesses and communities. However, I'm a great believer in collaboration and bringing people together and being greater than the sum of our individual parts. I firmly believe that through partnership working, such as the Joint Unit for Waste Crime, and working together with industry, tackling waste crime is a battle we can win. Many thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today about such an important topic, and I'm very happy to try and answer any questions that you may have.
That's great, Nicola. Thank you so much indeed for that. It's really great to hear what's been going on with the Joint Unit. MOW has been covering its formation, and I've been very interested to see how it's last launched at the beginning of the year. And it's provided some of the most exciting stories that we've covered. So again, thank you for that. It really does strike me how astonishing these gangs are. It's not just waste crime. It's as you said, it's drugs, it's guns, it's modern day slavery, it's all sorts of things wrapped up together, which just kind of shows just how effective these gangs are and just how determined they are. So it's going to take an awful lot from not just the EA, but as you said, from everybody. Can I just we'll get into some questions to you prepared, but I just want to sort of kick it off really by sort of saying, well, what kind of targets does the Joint Unit have, and how will it prove to be a success?
So obviously we only launched in January this year, and at the moment we are we're working to targets which are more qualitative than quantitative, and the board for the Joint Unit decided to do that in the first year as an opportunity to establish ourselves during a pandemic as well, and allow us to understand what the art of the possible is and what is realistic for the unit. So we are currently in the process of developing a number of more quantitative targets, which we will begin to operate from early in the new year, and they're things that we will be able to publish and share sort of outside of the organisations that are involved.
Excellent. Is there a sense of, given the extent, and it almost seems like the more you look, the more you see, is there a sense of being overwhelmed, really? If that's a fair question to you, I don't know.
And I think everybody here today understands how significant an issue waste crime is. I wouldn't use the term overwhelmed, but I think that we have to use the resources that we've got in a very smart way, which is why intelligence is so important to us, to help us understand, to use a term where we can have the biggest bang for our buck, and that is very much sort of the ethos and the principles that we use in the unit. We know we're not going to be able to deal with everything overnight, and it's going to take time. So we work really hard to prioritise and deal with it, you know, in manageable chunks, where we will have that biggest bang for our buck.
Sure. I need to say, just for our audience out there, the presentations here will be available on our website. This whole thing is being recorded, so everyone can look back and see what's been said. And also, yeah, as I said, just to reiterate, any questions that come through, please do keep sending them through at any point, and we'll chase up. MOW will chase up with the speakers and try and get back to you. One more question from me before I hand it over to our audience. You said that 900 illegal waste sites were shut down while 750 new ones opened. That's actually slightly better than previous years, when it's been roughly 1,000 closed down and 1,000 opened up. So again, it feels very much like yes, one step forward, two steps back, perhaps. How many of these sites are actually just absolutely blatant dumping, and how many are more to do with permit breaches and that sort of thing?
In terms of our illegal waste activity, there is a big split between the two things you described there. So they aren't illegal dumping in the sense of someone dumping at the side of a road or something like that. Where our illegal waste sites are illegal dumping activity, they're much more organised, going in, taking over a site, a warehouse, a piece of land, and filling it over a period of time. Albeit that can sometimes be quite quick, but we do also have illegal waste sites which are there because of that veil of legitimacy that I talked about in my presentation, and people kind of using that veil of legitimacy of their permit. Many of our higher risk waste sites though are more where there was never a permit in place in the first place, so it is someone that's gone into land illegally and taken over that site and filled it with waste without having that permit in place.
Excellent. Right, well, we have some questions coming in. Here's one I'll just read off the screen. Why can't you force people to look after their waste and rubbish? Is there more work being done on communicating duty of care? Which I think is quite a good question, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mentioned duty of care in my presentation. It's a really important tool, and it is a priority for us. It is an aspirational view, but duty of care at the greatest extreme should stop waste crime from happening altogether. I know we'll never be in that place, but I don't think that we should stop aiming for that. So yes, absolutely. One of the priorities for us as an organisation in the Environment Agency, and also more collectively with our partners in the unit, is to really push that duty of care. We have campaigns, and we've run campaigns in the past, and we will be doing in the future, to try and raise people's awareness of that, and to also increasingly take action where it's found that people haven't fulfilled that duty of care, because that in itself is an offence.
Oh yes, I was going to ask you a follow-up question for myself there. I think have there actually been many prosecutions of like normal householders not taking their duty of care? Because it's something that I'm pretty sure the average householder wouldn't really be aware of. And would it take some high-profile and perhaps initially unpopular prosecutions in order to sort of raise this as an issue?
So in terms of householders, we have taken an approach more around awareness raising with those people at an individual level, certainly to date. However, we are really clear that for failing to fulfil your duty of care is an offence, and that is something we take seriously. Quite often, that duty of care doesn't always fall down at a householder stage. It falls down and later in that waste chain through companies that are handling the waste at various points. And we absolutely have done work around that duty of care with those companies who arguably should have a very good understanding of what duty of care is, and have obviously fallen foul of that. So that's perhaps more where our attention has been focused, certainly in more recent campaigns, but that's not to say that will be the case in the future.
Do you have like a profile of the typical kind of company which is more likely to either not know about duty of care or not care about duty of care? Not necessarily a standard profile. I think we see all sorts of size of organisations, different types of organisations and companies who do fall foul of that, and sometimes that isn't knowingly. Sometimes companies believe that they have fulfilled their duty of care, but haven't perhaps taken it as far as they might have done, and that means that they've fallen foul. So it's a complex issue, and there isn't a one size fits all, I'm afraid, on that. It would perhaps make our job a little bit easier if it was. Yeah, sure. Okay, we have another question come in. Will penalties be more significant going forward? Raising the risk is key to driving out criminals, and this is something certainly MLW hears about an awful lot. although it does seem to me, I know whether it's just anecdotal from my point of view, but the level of fines and the level of people actually being jailed for waste crimes does seem to happen. Also, the Proceeds of Crime Act does seem to be used a lot more over the last few years than I've seen before. But still, obviously, I think there's many of our readers would probably want to see even more forceful penalties. And of course, there's been changes in the sentencing guidelines as well. Is that something that the Joint Unit itself is also looking at?
Yeah, absolutely. The penalties that are imposed, I suppose, at the back end of any enforcement action are really important to us for obvious reasons, and it is something that we've been doing a lot of work on. So we come at that from a number of angles. So the work of the Joint Unit is meaning that actually now, through collaboration with our partners, some of the offences that people will be prosecuted for are perhaps not just environmental offences. They will perhaps be linked to some of the other criminality that they're involved in, or perhaps the more fraudulent and tax evasion side of things. And arguably they can carry some more severe penalties as well. So that is a really, one of the reasons why that partnership working is so important, that we're able to choose or kind of look at the best ways of impacting the offender and getting the toughest penalty as part of that. As well as that, we do an awful lot of work in the Environment Agency around proceeds of crime, and I've had some fantastic results. That's been tricky this year because court processes have slowed down considerably because of the pandemic. But what that does mean is that we've got a number of cases that are kind of in that queue waiting to get into court at the moment. So we're hoping that from a proceeds of crime perspective, we'll be able to have a real impact next year as the courts start to be able to move through their cases again.
Indeed, excellent. I'll be keeping track of that. One other question has come through, which is, what are you doing to engage other industries? And is there any research to show the impact other industries have?
That's a good question. So in terms of other industries, everyone produces waste, be that at an individual level, obviously, right through to huge, great big corporations. So I think if I've understood the question correctly, it's whether we're kind of straying outside of the I suppose the more traditional waste industry to try and influence others. And that is, so one of the things that we have that we've really invested in over the last year or so is that engagement side. So not just the sharper end enforcement activity, but that engagement where we will work with others, such as local authorities or other industries, to again try and stop that crime from happening in the first place by educating people, helping them to understand what role they can play and working with us. So I hope I've understood that question correctly.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, it was slightly vague, but I think that's probably what they were getting at. Yeah, no, there's been an inquiry into electronic waste set up recently by the Environmental Audit Committee, looking at how e-waste is being dumped in Ghana particularly, and burned in open fields and that kind of stuff. And we've also heard about the Parliamentary Commission on fast fashion on our textiles again being illegally exported, and it's taking a toll on the environment and public health in Ghana and other places. So how are you tackling those kind of illegal exports, which are very high profile at the minute?
Illegal waste exports is a priority for the Environment Agency. At the moment, the Joint Unit is looking more at offending within our borders. That's not to say that it won't get involved in international crime as well as we progress. But the Environment Agency does see exports as one of our priorities for not just the environmental impacts and the impacts on businesses, but the impacts on communities in other parts of the world. We have a number of ongoing investigations at the moment into criminality that has down to people exporting waste illegally, but actually where we have a huge success rates is actually stopping a lot of that illegal waste leaving in the first place. We have a number of officers who are located at our ports around the country, who are able, using our intelligence, to stop containers from actually getting onto ships and leaving the country. And that is something that we've had some real success at over the last couple of years. And obviously something that we want to continue to do. Where waste does leave the country illegally and ends up in places like Ghana and other parts of the world, then we will work with those countries to bring the waste back if that's the right thing to do, and to obviously track down and take action against the people responsible. But our preference is very much to try and stop that waste from leaving our shores in the first place. And as I say, we've had some good success with that in the last couple of years.
Sure, indeed. Yes, again, I think Sri Lanka was those latest 21 containers were repatriated, which seems to be a growing trend of things going back. But this topic is certainly which we will be touching on at 12:45 with our panel session with your colleague Malcolm Lithgow will be with us as well. So we should touch upon that as well again then. Another question from me here is, I suppose, just speaking as a journalist, can you tell me how many joint unit operations are currently underway?
So at the moment, we've got a fair number. We started off obviously with one or two. I can't, for obvious reasons, can't go into the detail, but we're running at around about the 20 mark at the moment.
Okay, sure thing. Okay, well, I think we're sort of drawing to the end of our audience questions. Unless any more coming through there, Andrea? Not yet. Okay. So I think we'll probably have to wrap it up there. So once again, Nicola, thank you so much for speaking to us on this. It's been, like I said, it's great to see this initiative making some changes, and especially when you said the thing about the metal crime crackdown. Now, this is something that's been happening for a number of years, isn't it? For the last decade, there's been sort of various initiatives, but it's good to see a dedicated body actually taking that on. So rather than sort of like a spits and starts, if you see what I mean, it's something this is presumably. And actually, here's another question: is metal crime, is that something that you will take on into future years, or how do you identify where to go into that?
So the thing that has really become apparent to us over recent months is that huge crossover between metal theft and waste crime. There is a huge amount of crossover, which I think is what lent itself so well to the week of action that I talked about, and why that was so beneficial. Metal theft isn't the remit of the Environment Agency nor the Joint Unit for Waste Crime, and certainly nothing that I'm aware of would be changing that in certainly short to medium or even long term right now. But that level of crossover that there is, and the offenders that are undertaking both sets of offending does mean that we're able to work really closely with British Transport Police and others, which for them metal theft is a huge priority because of the impact it has on our rail network, and I think that is an area where week of action and early success, but hopefully through other work that we will be doing with them over the course of the next year or so, we'll see further success around that. It's just a really good example of why partnership working can work so well when you see that level of crossover. Sure.
Oh, one further question on that one. The cash ban for scrap merchants has been an ongoing sort of bit of debate really about how local authorities have really coped to implement that ban. Is that something that's within your remit as well?
That's not something that I'm afraid I'm directly involved in. So, right. So no, I'm afraid not.
Just when it comes back to the this notion of stopping the kind of system that allows it to be abused, if you know what I mean. And the cash ban would seem to be like a good idea, but not necessarily very well implemented in the way that people necessarily liked, and certainly a lot of scrap merchants were complaining about it. But do you see that that in the future the Joint Unit on Waste Crime will have some sort of influence in that sort of feeding information into sort of the wider system to help stop it being abused, if you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I think the one of the priorities for the unit is that sharing of intelligence between all of the organisations that have a hand in regulating the waste industry. So that sharing of intelligence is key. In my presentation, I talked about eyes and ears on the ground, and that really is so important, not just for us, but for all of the other organisations that have a hand. So absolutely, where we can support others through that sharing of intelligence, we will do that, and obviously others are doing the same with us, and that's one of the real benefits that I hope that we will get from this.
That's great. Okay, thank you so much, Nicola, again. We'll draw this opening session to a close, but we'll pick up on a lot of these topics in our panel discussion coming up in just about 5 minutes. So we'll have a quick break, and I'll see you in 5 minutes. Hello and welcome back. Well, I'm very pleased indeed to go to our next session of the day, which is a panel to look at many of the questions that and issues that Nicola brought up in the first session, but also go a bit further than that. Now, I was very keen for this conference to ask a very simple question that I think a lot of the general public will be asking, which is how on earth is it that UK waste ends up abroad? Dumped in jungles and all those kind of places, and I think it belies an awful lot of problems with the system. It betrays markets, reprocessing, all that kind of stuff. And to examine this, we have Jacob Hayler, Executive Director of the Environmental Services Association, Simon Ellen, Chief Executive of the Recycling Association, Malcolm Lithgow, Head of Waste Regulation at the Environment Agency, Sophie Walker, the Chief Operating Officer and co-founder of Disposal, and Lauren Hill, Technical Director at Acumen. And well, let's go straight into my first question here. We only have 40 minutes, so, and there's plenty of us, so let's get straight into this. Now, earlier this year, MRW saw some, well, personally, I saw some very detailed evidence from a whistleblower who had been working with a plastics recycling firm based in this country, registered in the UK, that made millions of pounds by exporting contaminated loads to a huge in a country outside the OECD via a very tortuous global route. It'll go through various ports and end up in Laos, actually. And it was really quite an eye-opener because I was shown pictures of containers that claimed to have one type of waste, but clearly wasn't. I saw sort of all the logs, all the shit that went on, that kind of stuff. And it's been a bit heartbreaking that I haven't been able to publish that story because unless I get sort of enough backup from officials, then it's difficult for me to go ahead with it. But it really shows to me that within the UK industry, this kind of activity is pretty much an open secret, and actually a lot of people within the industry seem to know who's responsible for doing this. And I think there's a lot of frustration, which is why we get people like whistleblowers getting hold of us. Now, so that's kind of laying the foundations there. So perhaps I could ask you, Simon, what's your view on that? Do your members see sort of like an open secret, as it were, about how the roots of our waste?
Blimey, how long have I got? I could take up the 40 minutes myself on this on this subject area. Yeah, I think it's first of all worth making the point that the vast majority, by far the vast majority of exports of plastics and other materials is done in a very compliant manner. You know, is regulated appropriately, and it's a system that works. And without it, we would have no UK recycling system. You know, we are something like 70% net exporters for plastics per se. And like I say, the vast majority of that goes out as a commodity to areas where it is required. The problem we face, of course, is that we're in an industry that can be high value, and there lots of money changes hands, and it doesn't matter what industry you're in, where there is a lot of money swilling around the system, then it's going to attract criminals and it's going to attract fraudsters. And we would never bury our head in the sand and say illegal exports of plastics doesn't happen. It does, and you've got the evidence. And I can and have pointed out to the agency who some of these illegal exporters are. It's not the proverbial rocket science. The evidence is out there. It is catching them. So, what can we do about it? Why is it happening? Which I think is the topic of this. Just to kick it off, many reasons. We don't have our own UK markets. Maybe the plastics tax and the signs of that, will help develop UK internal markets, and maybe the Basel Convention will help, albeit I think it is crass to believe that notification system is going to stamp this out, because notification costs potentially £100 per load, and when you're dealing with a load with zero value, then I think it will either, there'll be attempts to slip it out under the net via green list, or it would just go to landfill or incineration, because the economics of it just don't stack up. So I don't think that Basel will be the entire saviour that we think it's going to be. So what can we do about it? Well, I think we've got to get a lot smarter in the way that we operate. And you know, I know Malcolm's on this call, and you know, I have a huge respect for what Malcolm and his teams do in many areas, and do some really good things on in terms of regulation. I don't think the regulation and the way that we do it is always fit for the purpose. I don't think it always works. You know, without getting too controversial, you know, is it the likes of Biffa that the agency should be chasing into court, or is it the real criminals? And you know, what resource should you spend in certain areas? And I know it's a very, very controversial thing to say, but I would say concentrate your resources in the areas of real criminality out there. I think it has been far too easy for companies, brokers in plastics, to register for PRNs, and I don't think the system has been working appropriately, and it's been far too easy on that. But credit to the agency that now seems to be really tightening up, working on the intelligence that we've got, and I think we will see a lot of these guys weeded out next year, albeit, you know, there is still work to be done there in terms of the way that things are audited. And I think, you know, and I know this is sort of Sophie's area and we're investing in it, I think a big part of the solution relies on technology and changing the way that we operate and how we actually monitor and track waste export from compliant operator to compliant end destination. You know, as you probably know, we're investing in blockchain technology with our tracker system to enable this to happen, so that, you know, it's not absolutely foolproof, but I think we can safely say, using technology, that you can actually track this material from cradle to grave and get better. So it's a whole combination of things. Long answer.
No, that's exactly why I asked the question.
Regulation and embracing technology, but it will only happen if we form partnerships between us all, between, you know, trade associations, the regulator, you know, and the technology providers. You know, we've got to work together to find a solution. Indeed,
which is why I'm very, very glad to have you on today. Well, Malcolm, I think I'd better get to you next, since there was some direct sort of challenges perhaps there from Simon. But also, perhaps we go back to my original question, which was that I've seen firsthand the frustration of legitimate operators who point out to me that they point across the road and say, we know that guy's doing this kind of stuff. Do you understand the frustration within the sector? That perhaps don't see all the hard work that EA is doing behind the scenes, and perhaps don't really know whether these people are being, whether the evidence seems to be right there in front of us, but we hadn't really seen evidence of them being tracked down and caught.
Well, I can understand frustration if people think they can see illegality happening. I mean, one of the things that Jacob and I have been talking about across ESA is how can we get better access to this intelligence? Because we hear a lot of anecdotes and a lot of non-specific accusations. We don't actually get a lot of intelligence that we can use in terms of directing things. And when we do, we build it into our intelligence packages. I know Nikki Lawton was on earlier with the joint unit, talking about the joint unit. But we've got, increasingly so, working with HMRC and police, we've got a much more sophisticated approach to our criminal intelligence. We feed all of that in, and we use all of that information to direct our regulatory activity, whether it's enforcement or compliance. So the more information we can get, the better. So yeah, happy to, want to continue working with industry, but I think industry need to recognise that throwing sort of accusations around without anything to back it up doesn't help us at all. So detail is what we need. If we've got intelligence, it can be anonymous. We've got things like Crime Stoppers to get information to us, or you can come to us direct and we'll build that into our intelligence package. I think it's important to say that it is legal to export contaminated plastics anywhere, actually, OECD or non-OECD countries. If they're contaminated, they shouldn't be being exported. Anybody who gets caught exporting contaminated plastics will be prosecuted, whichever company they are. And if they're found guilty in court, then, you know, that's the purpose of the justice system. You know, and that's happened quite a few times over the last few years. We've had a lot of successful prosecutions. But like DEFRA, who've announced this through the Resources Waste Strategy, and I know like lots of the rest of the industry, we would like to see revisions to the regulations, particularly around international waste shipments, but also producer responsibility and lots of others. And we're looking forward to those changes coming through in the regulations soon, to allow much greater oversight and control, and let's be honest, make our job as a regulator easier. Better regulations is easy; they're easier to regulate.
Perhaps then the same points to Jacob. I'm wondering what the biggest frustrations are for your members. And obviously the ESA has been doing an awful lot in producing waste crime reports and highlighting the issue. How do you see the joint unit and other investment in the EA? Do you see that as enough or not?
I think it's a great start, and you know, we're great supporters of the joint unit for waste crime, and we would be very keen to see that given permanent funding. I don't know if that's trickled down yet through the DEFRA settlement in the spending review, but we would really like to see that properly resourced, that joint unit, to make sure that it is a permanent feature of you know, our arsenal in terms of fighting waste crime, and that's really important to us. I think, you know, going back to the original question around exports, I would echo a lot of what Simon said. You know, there are isolated incidents that are, you know, horrific. We don't want to see any of these incidents happening, but I think there's somewhere in the region of 15 million tons of material exported every year for recycling. You know, that's a huge amount of material, and the vast majority of that is exported compliantly and legitimately. And I think there are two sides to trying to drive that illegality out of the export market. I think there's the regulation side, and you know, I'm a bit more positive than Simon around the Basel changes, because you know, Malcolm and I have had a conversation where Malcolm's pointed out that, you know, the problem with green list is it can just move and the agency hasn't got a clue. They don't have to be notified at all. So, you know, that's a starting point. Let's have these movements notified so that then we can start to get some scrutiny on what's going on. I think that's important. A bit that hasn't been mentioned yet is carriers, brokers, dealers reform. Really looking forward to hopefully seeing that come down the line at some point in 2021. Because, you know, as you mentioned, Corinne, we commissioned a report back in 2017 that identified the relative lack of scrutiny and regulation on carriers, brokers, dealers as a real weak link in the chain, and that's something that we would really like to see tightened, and you know, really looking forward to seeing that come down the line. Duty of care, you know, personally, I would like to see public companies, private companies above a certain scale being forced to report in their annual reports, have a statement on what they're doing to comply with their duty of care, have a named director responsible for that, get it into the boardroom, and then we might see some companies actually taking it seriously and not going to the cheapest option, because that's the problem, that there isn't the incentive, there isn't the demand from a lot of waste producers to actually go with the guys who are the most compliant. It's all about the cheapest price. And that's something that we really need to change, that culture amongst waste producers. So I think there's a lot of good stuff coming down the pipeline on regulation and changes to regulation, and positive stuff that we can see on policy. But, you know, there's also more that we as the industry can do. And Simon talked about collaboration between trade associations and so on. You know, in 2020, ESA's members signed up to a sort of an exports pledge where they committed to making sure they've got the right sort of quality assurance, the right sort of audit, only exporting the right sort of material, making sure that where they can get the evidence on that it's being recycled properly at the end destination, and making sure that the residues are being treated properly as well, because We don't want the residues from these overseas recycling plants to end up dumped in a stream as well. So all of that's really important. And Simon and I are working together along with other people along the supply chain, Confederation of Paper Industries, the Environment Agency is helping, and other regulators are helping us, trying to work out some material standards so that we can really drive best practice on material standards and make sure that, you know, as Simon says, we are reliant on exports to meet our recycling ambitions, but we've got to make sure that they're good quality exports. And that's what's really important. And that's what we're all working together to achieve. Excellent.
Thanks, Jake. Can I bring Lauren in here? I'm just really interested to see, you know, from a company on the ground, actually, I mean, Acumen actually cleans up after waste criminals, I understand.
Yes, yes, we do.
Yeah. Is there a sort of do you gain any insights then on how criminals operate from seeing what they leave behind?
Yeah, it's quite interesting, really. So we last year did a clean up from Poland. So we brought 194 loads.
That's a big one, yeah.
Across 8 different sites, and it was interesting to see the differences in the waste. So the majority of it was contaminated plastic, other general waste thrown in there. So none of it was actually suitable for energy from waste. It all ended up being landfilled. But it was interesting to see the difference. So we had some that were well baled, we had some that was loose, so it came back in walking floors and on Arctic trailers. So it's interesting to see there is people who've tried to do the right thing, and then there's obviously those that didn't. So it's quite good. We saw there was a quarry where waste was sort of just being thrown into a quarry. Then there was other that looked like operational sites that may have processed the waste. So I think it's interesting to see there's people who definitely are trying to do the right thing, and maybe it's going wrong once it's collected and taken overseas, but then there's others that are quite clearly just going for the cheapest option and not really following their duty of care.
Indeed. And are you actually aware of companies that you know to be operating illegal?
Obviously there's whispers, but not actual real evidence. Always, but we're seeing a lot of abandoned trailers at the moment, actually, but that's more sort of hazardous package waste.
Right.
There's a lot of them across the country at the moment as well. So
sure thing.
Yeah.
Well, this brings me. I'd like to bring Sophie in at this point, because as Simon mentioned, the waste tracking technology is absolutely key in all this, and so we've had the National Infrastructure Strategy and the Smart Waste Tracking System is currently in development, and obviously for this to work, we need all firms of all sizes to be able to use, I suppose, quite a nice, simple and cheap option if this is all going to be effective, I would have thought. And perhaps you can give some reflections on that, Sophie.
Sure. So, I mean, first of all, I think I'd like to just echo what Jacob was saying about how I'd really like to see this taken into the boardrooms of waste producers, right? As in how important I think that is. My background is from a food background, and you know, in the food industry, the scariest auditors are actually your customers. You know, they're not the regulators, and I think that that's what we need to see in this industry. We need to see the waste producers and the brands and the businesses being given the kind of the power to be able to actually you know, to kind of police those chains themselves. And I think that for me, that's what waste tracking should do, right? As in it shouldn't just work within the industry. It needs to connect waste producers to the industry and give them those visibilities of those waste supply chains. And I think that unless it can kind of actually allow waste producers to really actually take their duty of care seriously and be able to you know, to kind of prove that they've taken it that seriously and been able to see the whole of their chain, I don't think it's going to have the full effect that it can. And I think we're still then going to end up being reliant on the regulators regulating it. And I know, you know, that there's an EA report, which I can't remember what year it's from, whatever, but that says that the most effective way of kind of dealing with waste crime is to stop it before it even happens, right? So, and to me, the way that you do that is at the point of its origin. Is the people who are producing the waste. If they are able to ensure that not just the person that takes it away from their site is compliant, but that every step along the chain, then I think that you end up in a position where hopefully it makes it much harder for criminals to be involved in it. I think the problem at the moment is we want waste producers to do that, but it is extremely difficult for waste producers, or actually anybody along the waste chain, to have full visibility of what happens, because waste companies say that it's commercially sensitive to say where stuff goes on to, but how can you have visibility of your duty of care if you actually can't tell where the stuff goes once it leaves your premises? So, I think these are complicated things, and I think we need to see changes in the industry, with the industry willing to be more transparent around that and around what happens in the supply chains, and that shift and that focus from a kind of pressure point of view from the market in terms of brands and businesses wanting to actually demand to see that information. And I think as consumers we should be demanding that from our brands and who we want to buy from. So
perhaps I can quickly get Malcolm back in on some point you raised there. I often sort of feel quite I suppose on defending the EA quite a lot, because I do understand that it's all government departments and government agencies are under a great deal of financial pressure, resources, and a lot seems to be laid at your door. I mean, you get a lot of criticism from all sides, really. But as Sophie was saying, you're on board with the idea of going up higher up the chain and trying to stop it there in the first place. So again, maybe an unfair question to you, but I mean, did you get sort of frustrations in sort of being sort of almost like a whipping boy for the whole sector?
No, broad shoulders. Yeah, it's part of our role, really. I mean, our enforcement work, all of our enforcement work comes from our government funding. We do get a lot of other money into the organisation through charges from customers, but Treasury rules mean we're only allowed to use that on compliance and permitting activity, not on the enforcement, not on the crime side. So we got an additional £10 million a year for additional waste crime funding, and we've been doing our best to invest that wisely and take that intelligence-led approach, so we maximise what we can with that money. We'd always love more. Find me an enforcement body that wouldn't like to have more money and more resources to be able to throw at criminality, but we would like to do that. But Sophie's absolutely right. I couldn't agree more. I think ultimately we want to switch the tap off on criminals. We can chase criminals till the cows come home, and we will never end it. We've got to cut off the supply of waste to them. Ultimately, waste producers are morally responsible as well as legally responsible for making sure their waste is dealt with properly right through to its end point. It's not okay to give your waste to a criminal, and it's not okay to give your waste to someone who gives it to someone who gives it to a criminal. That's it's just not part of how it should be. And I do think waste tracking is a fantastic opportunity, to really help producers discharge those responsibilities, to see where their waste's going, and actually to help people push it up the hierarchy as well. It's not just that it's not leaking out into the illegal markets, it's to make sure that it's going as high up the hierarchy as you possibly can, so it's being recycled or being reused rather than incinerated or shoved in a landfill. And actually all of that will make regulating the sector much easier, which clearly I have a vested interest in as an outcome. So we've got to make the tracking stuff work. It's a fantastic opportunity now, and we're keen to work really hard with industry and government to make that a reality.
Right. Yes, I want to focus a bit more on the tracking, but first of all, Simon, you had your hand up, I believe.
Yeah, I did. And it was just really just to actually agree with what Malcolm was saying there. Despite the fact that we have frustrations with the regulator, and I probably outlined a couple of the frustrations early on in my introduction. We don't always help ourselves, do we? As an industry, and I think we've got to acknowledge that. And it's crazy to me that we are in just about to enter into 2021, and the way of tracking material and where it goes is a paper-based system. It's a system that ends up in the back of a shipping container. 2021 is absolutely crazy that we're at that situation, and we would welcome sooner rather than later, the introduction of an electronic Annex 7, digitise the Annex 7, and almost, pre-notification of all green list shipments, so that we actually give the agency the data that they need to be able to make informed decisions, based on, intelligence and risk on material that's leaving this country. And hence why I know we're going to go on to talk it in a minute, you know, why we're investing in it in ourselves in terms of tracking software. And going back to what Sophie was saying, you know, the skepticism of giving confidential information on, you know, the end destination, etc. You know, the system that we're developing and other systems out there are actually designed that you don't actually have to do that. So, you know, the person you're buying it off doesn't see where it's going, but as soon as the material leaves the site, all that information goes to the agency. And if you're a compliant operator with absolute utmost confidence of where that material is going, that it's compliant material and it's going to a compliant end destination, why would you not want to give the agency all that information? And I think that's where we as an industry can help ourselves be much more transparent with what we're doing, but we do need a system to enable that to happen.
Perhaps I could bring Jake in back on that one. I do recall very closely at the beginning of this this decade about reporting on EDOC and how that was going to be a marvelous system, and then it seemed to sort of vanish. What's so obviously that there are difficulties in any IT project. What's from your point of view, what went wrong with the EDOC #1, and what kind of problems do we face in getting an effective tracking system?
Well, I think the problem with EDOC was it was overly prescriptive. So different companies have their own different systems in place, and everyone supported and agreed with the principle of having electronic you know, an electronic digitally based system, but EDOC didn't communicate with existing systems that were in place. A far better approach is to have sort of data standards where you just say, okay guys, what's the information that you want? Tell us what you want and we'll give it to you in the right format. And that way we can use our own existing systems to produce that. So, you know, that's why that there was a low take up. It wasn't to do with the principle, it was to do with the specific system stroke platform that was put in place at the time that that operators didn't like. But you know, we absolutely we completely agree with the need for transparency, the need for visibility. Technology can really help there. You know, I sympathise with Malcolm's point around intelligence. You know, we're trying to help Malcolm and work with the agency in terms of having intelligence sharing protocols that can be much more helpful to them and present the information in the way they want. But for me, the biggest thing is still around the incentive. You know, what Sophie was talking about, you know, in the food industry and the customers providing, you know, that's the incentive, you know, being self-policing and self-regulating, and that's where we want to get to. And we need to find a way to do that. And, you know, as I said before, I think that's probably through a much stronger requirements on duty of care.
Sophie, you're the tech expert here. When it comes to data standards, how do you? Yes, well, what's the solution there?
Yeah, so I mean, again, I agree with Jacob on this, that we absolutely need data standards. I would argue that we need to have open data standards. So that is not proprietary ones or ones that are based on any single system, but are ones that are developed with the whole waste ecosystem so that they work for everyone, from, you know, a kind of a skip hire, you know, man with a van type small operation right through to, you know, your Suez's and your Veolias and all of those guys. And so, and also, you know, the whole breadth of waste producers that we've got. So I think it is absolutely critical, and it's the kind of, I think it's the kind of foundation that we need to enable the digital transformation of our industry. And if I'm honest, it's one of the things I've been a bit sad about with phase 2 of the Smart Waste Tracking project, is that I've seen no workshops or anything on the data standards. I believe there have been some work on the data standards, but I think they've been very selective about who they've spoken to about them. And to me, that's kind of not the right way of going about it, because I really think we should be looking at it as an entire industry. And, you know, from a software developer perspective, if they want the software that exists in the market, like Jacob was saying, to be able to integrate with whatever the new system is, which is absolutely critical for it to be successful, right? Everyone's individual systems that they've got, or the kind of big software players in the market, need to be able to integrate with whatever the system is that the government's going to bring out. And if we don't have that kind of integration and kind of working together at this point, I fear that there's going to be a foundation laid that might not then be compatible with what exists already. And I mean, I think I often, when I talk about this, I talk about how similar it is in my mind to kind of HMRC and making tax digital. And what they did was kind of go out to the you know, the financial kind of accounting package market, and they ensured that the APIs and stuff that they developed, so the kind of technical connectors, if you like, between the two different software systems, that those APIs kind of were developed early on, so that now you have, I mean, it's literally hundreds and hundreds of accounting packages that you can choose from, which is absolutely necessary, because again, the accounting needs of a one band is very different from a multinational organization. And so to me, that's the right kind of model that we should be going for. And I'm slightly sad that we haven't kind of seen more of that. And actually Disposal and your Disposal, our social enterprise, is actually working on that at the moment. So we're looking at creating an open data standard for household waste recycling centres. And it's been really, we've been very open about it. We've invited anyone who's interested to come along, and we've had lots of people interested. And it's clear, actually, you know, our kind of remit for it was fairly small, and it's already burgeoning into something much bigger, because I think, you know, people understand how important things like this are for our industry, and how if we don't kind of get this right at the start, it's going to be a lot more work down the line. And so I think, you know, the standards part is super important, but the fact that they're actually open standards, I think, is the critical point.
Yes, I think I want to pick up on open standards across the board. But first of all, can I ask Lauren, again, as a sort of representative of the company on the ground dealing with these things, how have you seen the problems with EDOC, and what would you like to see in terms of kind of reporting requirements that you're given electronically?
Yeah, I think what's difficult especially with an electronic format, is you still get a lot of sites that won't let you use consignment notes and waste transfer notes in an electronic format. So you see that a lot. So we did have a system where you could use that, and to be honest, we've ended up back on a paper system because it was too difficult to use because of different final destination points wanted different things. So we went back to the traditional paper for now. So I think that's one major issue that we face. And again, it's about all the software is slightly different. And it takes a long time to actually get a set of software that works properly. It takes a lot of, I mean, I'd say 12 months at least to be able to use it effectively. So I think you've also got to take that into account as well. That it's not quite as easy as just creating it and everybody being able to use it.
Yes, well, can I put some of these points? So we've heard Malcolm here from on the ground and from tech experts about the need for open transparency, and not for everybody to build their own little systems which don't necessarily talk to each other. Is this a concern that you have as well?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, if the waste tracking and data is going to work, it's got to be for everything, really. It's got to be able to work all the way up the system, and I do think it needs to be open. I think it's really important that information is available upstream, so producers can go and look and see where the waste has actually gone. You know, if there are genuine commercial sensitivities within that, then I think we perhaps need to find a way around it. But I would really hope that we're not going to hide behind a facade of commercial confidentiality just to yeah, make it difficult. I think that would cause problems from a regulation end, but also, you know, pushing it back to the waste producers. So yeah, I mean, I might pick up with you separately, Sophie, actually, about how inclusive it's been around the data standards. I mean, it's a DEFRA-led project, but, you know, we're involved in it. So if you've got any feedback on that, I'd love to hear it. But yeah, no, absolutely looking to make it as open as possible, as simple as possible for people, because that's the only way that things like this will work, I think.
And that's good to hear that this kind of open discussion here, because as a cynical journalist, when it comes to government IT projects, it's very difficult to sort of be positive about them very often.
Yeah.
And that's no, you know, I'm not trying to slag anybody off there. It's just it just seems to be a sort of certain amount of truth to that. No, we've got about 5 minutes left, and some questions have come in. So one here is like, let me think. Okay, so perhaps if somebody puts their hand up and who wants to answer this one, but are the barriers to entry too low for waste brokers? Passing from broker to broker adds to the chain of ambiguity. Should brokers have to put up a security bond? Do brokers feature heavily in cases under investigation? So anyone wants to sort of put their hand up to that one? Malcolm immediately said yes, there we go.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to have a go. Simple answer, yes. I mean, it's not just brokers though, carriers, brokers, dealers. The barrier, the entry level is too low. It's far too low. I should probably know it's something like £105 for 3 years. And all that buys you in terms of regulation is a registration. We don't have any money left to do anything else. It's a bit of a nonsense. There are no checks. There is an issue around brokers. There are issues around carriers as well, though. And Jacob's already mentioned carriers, brokers, dealers is part of the regulatory reform that DEFRA have announced, and we're very much looking forward to that coming through. I think from a waste crime perspective, but also dealing with things and flows of waste. I think it's a fundamental change that we need to see.
Sure thing. Simon, do you have much to do with brokers in your association?
Well, yeah, absolutely, because we're actually largely funded by our own brokerage company, IWPP, which is a crazy two hats to wear. But we are I think a prime example of how brokerage should work, sorry, because we do everything by the book. That doesn't mean to say that we don't occasionally make a mistake because of the system that we've got to work within at the moment, and the lack of technology that underpins it. But yeah, and Malcolm has said as well, it's far too easy for any broker, whoever you are, to set up and start moving wastes and recyclables, and it's been far too easy for them to register on NPWD and far easier to them to raise a PERN. We do need a basic level of entry, and a basic level of actually being able to vet them as fit and proper for the purpose, and go back to what Jacob and Sophie were saying, and take that right up into the boardroom, so that that there is responsibility in that supply chain. And like I say, 99% of what we do as an industry in terms of export is compliant. It's getting rid of that 1% of illegal activity, and I'm afraid that is the brokers, in my opinion, at the bottom of the hierarchy.
Gotcha. So I want to move on to just the final straight here. Jake, perhaps I'll come back to you on this one. Is ultimately, if we somehow have a thriving secondary materials market, and we have lots of wonderful UK reprocessing in this country, is that going to inevitably just will waste crime just sort of evaporate? Do you think, or is it not quite as simple as that?
Well, I think there are sort of two different things there. Number one is making sure that the investment conditions are right for a strong domestic reprocessing capacity, and the introduction of the plastics tax has been a great move. We need to incentivize the use of recycled materials here in the UK. That's led to a number of investments in plastic reprocessing that have taken place, but at the same time, we have to be realistic. We're not going to be able to develop all of the domestic capacity to recycle all of the materials that we collect. It's just not going to happen. I mean, Simon might have a better idea than I do of some of the figures, but I'm sure looking back on it, we collect somewhere in the region of about 10 million tons of paper and card for recycling, but we've only got about 3 million tons of paper mill capacity. So, if we're going to recycle that stuff and not just stick it in a hole in the ground, we've got to, we're going to rely on overseas markets, but making sure there's that strong domestic investment is obviously vital. But on the waste crime side, that's, to me, Simon's point was excellent about stamping out. It's the 1% we've got to get rid of. But, you know, there are what we've been talking about are two fundamental things. Number one, stopping criminals from entering the market. So yeah, absolutely, we need higher barriers to entry. Carriers, brokers, dealers reform is essential. But there are other measures that I think DEFRA are intending to consult on that would also strengthen and raise some of those barriers. And then the second thing, which we keep coming back to, is stop those criminals from getting their hands on material. And that's all around duty of care, culture, enforcement, waste tracking. It all comes together to play its part.
That's great. Well, we're drawing to a close here. There's one quick last question that just come through. It's one for you, Malcolm. On what percentage of EA investigations involve brokers? I don't know if you know that stat straight off.
I don't. I'll own up to something. We don't always know which are the brokers and which are the carriers, because you don't have to register as a broker. You register as a carrier, broker, or dealer, and you don't have to say which one you are. So I don't think we could even pull that information out, if I'm honest. You know, obviously when we get into investigations, we find out if somebody's a broker or not, but what percentage of that is of the whole population, I don't know. So the CBD reform is vital, and we're looking forward to working with DEFRA on it.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to draw it to close that. I'm very sorry that we haven't, there's lots of other issues I'd love to have gone into, but what I very much encourage all our audience is to send in your questions anyway, and we will chase them up with the panelists and whoever as well to try and get some answers to you. So thank you to everybody for that very stimulating panel, and I'll take a quick break there, and before we come back, see you soon. Okay, thank you everybody. Thank you.
Thanks everyone.
Welcome to Acumen. We are leaders in waste management, providing tailored and cost-effective waste management, treatment and transfer, and industrial site services solutions. We are experts at solving both difficult and routine waste management problems. Working in both the public and private sectors, we ensure safe and compliant waste solutions. From total waste management to treatment and transfer at our own facilities, from hazardous waste removal and emergency waste cleanup, to contracted waste collection, Acumen deliver expertise across a range of sectors. Our clients include social housing associations, retailers, local and national government bodies, as well as manufacturing, industrial and construction companies. As well as removing waste, our industrial site services team works on-site with the world's biggest petrochemical and oil and gas businesses, ensuring safe and efficient waste processing that minimizes the environmental impact. All our processes are completely transparent. We work to the highest health and safety standards, and we create detailed performance reports, giving you peace of mind that the very highest industry, legislative, and regulatory standards are met. Acumen Waste Services, leaders in waste management. Contact us today to see how we can help.
And welcome back. Our next session is a case study given by Nathan Gray, who is Head of Sustainability at Reconomy. As I mentioned in the opening introduction, many people see the carbon aspects of what we do as really the overarching theme into which everything now flows. The drive towards net zero is seen increasingly positioned as the third element of a resource triangle. And while many businesses are relatively mature in terms of discipline, data and reporting when it comes to energy and water, there's still much work to be done to extend this sophistication to the waste and resources sector. So in today's session, we discuss these key factors, and I shall hand you over with no further ado to Nathan Gray.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that introduction, and hello, friends. I feel very privileged to be here today. The timing of this net zero session and the topic has never been more relevant. You could be forgiven for thinking that I have the ear of the Prime Minister, based on recent events in the news, government commitments, the Climate Ambition Summit, and talk of COP26. However, the drive towards net zero sees waste as the third element of the resource triangle, with the majority of businesses good at monitoring and reporting energy and water usage, but there is still a lot of work to be done to extend the concept of smart metering for an organization's wasted resources. Today, I'm going to talk about the global aspects of climate change, the UK's legal situation with waste, and what businesses can do to become net zero or carbon neutral, and to plot their path for a consistent method of reporting wasted resources and carbon dioxide emissions. The different terminology used around this subject generally means the same thing, and they are all heading in the same direction, which is not a bad thing. There is an interconnectivity and necessity between energy, water, and resources that is inseparable. For instance, food as a resource needs water and energy to thrive. And by the way, when I'm referring to resources, I'm also including discarded waste that we all must minimize. So if we balance economic development with the environmental, social, and resource protection, this is known as sustainable development, and is a pattern of resource use that aims to meet the needs of humans while protecting the environment. You therefore cannot look at any one element in isolation, as they are all part of this complex system. By addressing all of these factors together, this is known as a nexus approach. This is fundamentally what the UN Sustainable Development Goals are striving to achieve. Therefore, an organization's sustainability strategy should support all these factors to deliver a carbon neutral or net zero business. The main motivation for businesses to act now is the commercial benefits of becoming a more sustainable business in the future. We know that over the last decade, companies have come under increasing scrutiny from governments, financial lenders, stakeholders, consumers, and their own workforces to demonstrate a commitment in reducing the environmental impact of their operations and activities. A government official recently stated at a conference, "We need to incentivize good behavior and tax that which is damaging to the environment." The way that this could manifest itself is through the common currency of carbon dioxide equivalent. This means each business must calculate its own carbon footprint, baseline where it is, and set targets on where it needs to be in the future. I don't want to preach to the converted, but I think it helps if we all have the same level of information and we are all on a level playing field with our understanding of why CO2 is so important and why we must reduce it. It will not have escaped your attention when you turn on the news that our climate is changing and the frequency of extreme events is on the rise, with storms, rising sea levels, wildfires, droughts, floods. These are all good results of global warming and the increase of CO2 in our atmosphere. We know that the last 2 decades have been the warmest on record. The Met Office in its State of the UK Climate Report for 2018 showed the 10 hottest years in the UK since 1884 have all happened in the last 17 years. So what is the greenhouse effect? Well, primarily, it is the process of warming the planet's atmosphere by solar radiation. As a result of excessive production of CO2 through our activities, the world is getting warmer because CO2 absorbs solar radiation, or as Boris referred to it the other day, a toxic tea cozy. Now, the greenhouse effect is absolutely essential for life on Earth. Without it, the planet would be around 30 degrees colder. The problem is that human activities are unbalancing this natural process by releasing large amounts of greenhouse gas like CO2, methane, and nitrous oxide into the atmosphere through the burning of fossil fuels and using land for agriculture. This is added to through the extraction of minerals from the earth, the leakage of toxins and plastics into our seas and onto our land. And if that was not bad enough, we chop down the very trees, the lungs of the earth through deforestation. And then we overfish our seas that creates an imbalance of biodiversity and species loss. To add insult to injury, the impact of global warming creates a phenomenon of climate change migration, which in turn places additional pressures on our current social systems and the inevitable reduced resources. To help reinforce the fact that humans have conclusively made an impact on our atmosphere, the regular increase of CO2 was observed by Dr. Keeling in 1958. This proved scientifically that CO2 had increased annually, and it's attributed to the exploitation of fossil fuels and the use of them in industry and transportation. We have only had combustion engines for just over 100 years. The back data was taken from ice cores to extrapolate the levels to the 1700s and the first industrial revolution. Thankfully, these skeptics are disappearing. Back in 2015, at the Conference of Parties in Paris, 160 governments committed to reduce CO2 after recognizing that the business as usual path would have a catastrophic effect on global warming. The previous pledges were only reducing global warming to 3.5 degrees C. However, we must limit global warming to 1.5 to give ourselves a fighting chance. If we do not achieve that, at 2 degrees, all coral reefs will be killed, along with the associated biodiversity within those systems. Last week, the government presented a new UK plan where our nationally determined contributions will be at least 68% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, compared to the 1990 levels. This is ambitious, but it's intended to encourage other countries to join us in making these urgent commitments and actions. So how does this relate to you and I? And how can we influence the global climate change challenges? Well, as businesses, we have seen the evolution of the waste hierarchy over the last 30 years. It is now heading towards the inverted model of zero waste, which prioritizes prevention, reuse, and recycling. The UK government has set various mechanisms in place to reinforce and support these plans to design out waste. The 25-year environment plan, the clean growth strategy, the waste and resource strategy, streamlined energy and carbon reporting, the environment bill, and net zero CO2 by 2050. Crucially, we know the further up the hierarchy you go, the greater the cost savings are, and the least environmental impacts are made in terms of CO2 emissions through significantly reduced minerals extraction, processing, and transportation. This is why we must reduce CO2. The legislation is supported through a jigsaw of key drivers, policies, financial penalties, and includes the decarbonisation of our electricity supply and transport networks. The mandate that businesses will now disclose how much carbon has been emitted from their activities, with directors having to state what they have not done to limit emissions, how circular economy concepts are embedded into their business processes, the introduction of deposit return scheme, the 30% recycled content in packaging, full net cost recovery for items placed onto the marketplace, and the introduction of a carbon tax that should create a level playing field. From all of this, you can see the direction that the government is heading and why we all need to focus on reducing carbon dioxide emissions. The pace of new legislation is relentless, with the circular economy package being brought into place on the 1st of October this year. Many of the circular economy aspirations have been included in the government resources and waste strategy and the 25-year environment plan I mentioned. These new regulations explicitly require us to encourage the design, manufacturing and use of products that are resource efficient, durable, repairable, reusable and upgradable, all geared to reducing CO2. And if the legislation was not enough for you, we even have an oven-ready standard to help address the greatest challenge facing the world. The ISO standard details principles and requirements for designing, developing, managing, and reporting organization-level greenhouse gas emissions. It gives guidance on inventory management, reporting, internal auditing, and business responsibilities in verification activities. But with all these regulations and controls in place, what does net zero and zero waste actually look like? And how does that relate to zero wasted resources and climate change? If your business just balances the amount of waste that is incinerated or landfilled with the amount that is reused or recycled, the dial shown here above will point straight up to zero, which represents a 2-degree pathway. At 2 degrees, we know the environment is severely impacted due to the over-extraction, loss of resources, and coupled with increased CO2. So we therefore need to strive towards 90% zero waste, where the majority of resources are protected and conserved. And coincidentally, this also reduces CO2 and therefore global warming. Disney's waste strategy is shown on the left and depicts this very approach, with 90% being the target for renewables and 10% for non-renewable processes such as incineration or landfilling. Investors, financial lenders, and stakeholders are all striving to align with sustainable businesses who are here for the long term and can demonstrate climate risk mitigation, transparency, and excellent governance. You should understand what your Scope 3 supply chains are doing by asking them to submit the zero waste score. So how do you start? Well, we now have an open source and free to use tool called the Zero Wasteometer and was developed in collaboration with Let's Recycle. By simply putting in a business's waste tonnage into the respective boxes at the top right, your current zero waste status is calculated, along with where you are on the path to 1.5 degrees C. This shows the sample organization is below average. They are on a 3-degree pathway in terms of climate change, but the immediate action they should take is to reduce the quantity of waste they incinerate or landfill and move towards 2 degrees. This profile shows the organization is good. They are on a 1.5 degree pathway with the immediate action to maintain their good performance while seeking to achieve a level of 90% zero waste. This is the best position to be with the least amount of net carbon dioxide being emitted. Because this information is normalized, you can compare multiple sites with multiple organizations all on the same level playing field. The benefit of this approach is that wherever you appear on the scale, it's a baseline and a starting point. You can demonstrate continuous improvements over the following years, share best practices across your sites, all contributing towards your net zero carbon aspirations. To get the ball rolling, the data you need to start with may have already been published in your organization's annual or sustainability report for the previous year. So if you work out where you are on the zero waste scale, calculate your carbon footprint, undertake audits to get more or better data, and start a conversation with your supply chain network, 80% of your carbon could be tied up in your indirect Scope 3 emissions. The next stage is to agree your targets and when you will achieve these goals by. Calculate your overall carbon footprint. Once you've done all of these things, communicate the good work you've done, and more importantly, what you are going to do in the future. Here is a simple example of how a project to replace streetlights with LED lanterns achieved 100% recycling for a difficult waste. It reskilled inmates to assist them in the likelihood of future employment, delivered £34,000 of social value, and provided a decarbonising energy efficient solution in the city of Derby. A simple rule of thumb that we apply to determining if something should be recycled or reused is shown in this formula. If the cost of handling, processing and transporting a material is less than the value of that processed material, it will be recycled or reused. This is something that you should be discussing with your waste managers to start your circular economy journey. The zero waste principle has been used on this small project, as well as with real estate organizations, shopping centers, retailers, manufacturers, and many others. So, in summary, it is essential for us all to rapidly reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which we all now know translates into carbon dioxide emissions. Collectively, we need to decarbonize our businesses, our homes, and our activities by reviewing where we are now and what we will be doing going forwards. The interconnectivity and importance between energy, water, and wasted resources are indistinguishable and can all be measured by the same simple parameter of carbon dioxide equivalence. World leaders support this. The UK government supports this. And now it's time for us all to support it and demonstrate our positive action. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Nathan. I'm afraid I think we weren't seeing some of your slides there. I don't know whether that was a sort of a screen sharing point. But perhaps are there any sort of points in the slides that you were referring to you didn't sort of say in your talk? Perhaps you could go over them again, or should we? We could always make this available as well to people afterwards after this session.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The slides are certainly free there to be put out. I mean, I think the main thrust of the presentation was that actually carbon dioxide is the big global warming issue. I think the legislative drivers and mechanisms are there, and in the conference, it was talking about making people accountable, and indeed there is legislation. There's the Task Force for Climate and Financial Related Disclosure, all of that's making directors accountable. But the simple tool that is available, this zero wasteometer, to help someone understand how much waste they've got and actually where they sit with regards to climate change, that is the most important and actionable thing that they could do right now.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, just to say to everybody, yes, we'll make these slides available and we'll put them on our website for you as well to make sure everyone's got that. I'd like to bring in my colleague Andrea Lockerbie, who's the Associate Editor of MRW here, who I believe has some questions for you. Andrea? There we are.
Hi. Hello. Yeah, thank you for that, Nathan. I think as you said, it's a very topical issue right now with net zero on everyone's minds. But I was just wondering, I was just wondering what sort of conversations you've had with clients to date, and what their understanding is of how to achieve net zero, and and also in terms of the metrics of measuring. To date, we've tended to measure waste output in terms of weight. So do we need to be looking at different metrics to help us achieve net zero, and what are the best metrics in your eyes?
Metrics, the best ones are tonnages, and we're all very used to doing that. The reason I'm comfortable and confident in that is that actually we have emission factors that DEFRA produce, and these all relate to carbon equivalents. So when we're actually using the empirical data of weight tonnages, weighbridges, all of that. That's easily translatable into this common currency of carbon, which through these emission factors. So industry and businesses have been very good at measuring, and we've got electronic and smart meters for energy. We've got smart meters for water. By making it easily transferable to a smart monitoring on the waste that's produced from each business. I mean, the one wish that I would have is that actually the government stipulates, and I think this was echoed again in the previous conversation, that mandate that all businesses report how much tonnage they've actually produced. And by using a zero wasteometer or zero waste as a metric, you can actually determine how sustainable your activities are. If you reuse and recycle 100% of your materials of you're wasting, actually they will support the circular economy. If you are incinerating or burning it, we're actually losing out on that resource, and therefore we have to go and extract more. So tonnage is the metric that I'm absolutely supporting, and hopefully that won't scupper anyone else's traceability and transparencies that are going on, other work that's being done. We're used to that, we understand it, but it's creating a level playing field that everyone is using the same metric and system.
That's great. Thank you, Nathan, and thanks, Andrea, for that question as well. We'll have to draw it to a close there, but these themes are going to be continued in our next session with Georgia Elliott-Smith, who will talk about decarbonisation, energy from waste, and pick up a lot of topics you've picked up. So thank you very much indeed, Nathan. Yes, as I said, the slides, we will make them available for everybody. And yeah.
Apologies for that.
No worries at all. That's okay. What happens? Okay. Well, see you in about 5 minutes, everybody.
Hello, my name is Alexa. I am Commercial Director at Disposal, and I'm here to tell you a bit about what we do. We are all about making it easy for you to do the right thing with your waste and to stay on the right side of the law. It all begins with the duty of care obligation under the Environmental Protection Act 1990. Organisations and individuals are under an obligation to ensure that any company that handles their waste is licensed and legal. This is reinforced by the fact that the Environment Agency will soon be better funded than ever to enforce breaches of the Environmental Protection Act. Under the Environment Bill, there's a little reported clause which will, for the first time ever, make it possible for the Environment Agency to set up a charging scheme to fund its enforcement of waste crime, very specifically under the Environmental Protection Act 1990. This means it's more important than ever that companies are equipped to be able to check easily on the compliance status of the companies they use. All you've got to do is log on to Disposal, follow the sites and companies that you use, and sit back and relax, because you will be automatically emailed whenever any company's documents are due to expire. And here you can easily check, these are the documents that have expired, and it's easy for you then to take corrective action with those suppliers. We also have best practice duty of care audits that you can carry out that automatically populate the audit form with the information from the documents that we're already holding for those suppliers. And we also have training to make it easy for you to ensure that your workforce is fully up to speed with legal developments and the requirements for legal paperwork. I hope that is a useful summary of what we can do and how we can help you stay on the right side of the law. Please do get in touch. We'd love to speak with you if you've got any questions at all.
And welcome back. Well, next on our schedule, I'm very pleased indeed to introduce to you Georgia Elliott-Smith, who's the Managing Director of Element 4 Group. He's also involved in all sorts of other organisations, including UNESCO, various campaign groups. And I'm particularly interested to speak to Georgia because we're talking about energy from waste, really, here at this point, because as I said in my opening speech, the Environmental Services Association is committed to decarbonising the waste sector, which is also, and this is very much within the overarching policies set up by Boris Johnson recently about decarbonising the whole of the UK. But there's some very serious arguments about energy from waste. It's one of the things that we report on the most in MRW. And I like to sort of try and take a fair aspect on it as possible. So this session is going to explore how campaigners are pushing for greater application of polluter pays principles to stimulate the circular economy and rebalance the economics of waste. So welcome to you, Georgia. And perhaps I could ask you just by sort of briefly talking about your background and expertise, and how did you arrive to focus so greatly on the waste sector?
Hi, nice to see you. Yes, so as you said, my name's Georgia Elliott-Smith. I'm Managing Director of Element 4. We're a sustainability consultancy, and my background is that I'm an environmental engineer. I started out in construction about 25 years ago as one of the first environment managers in the UK construction industry, and started very early on, almost from day one, with my head in skips and bins on site, trying to work out what the waste was, why there was so much of it, you know, how we were managing it and handling it, and what we could do to reduce it. And so my interest in waste has really come from day one of my career. And since then, I have been very frustrated actually by the real lack of movement in construction as an industry on waste, and becoming extremely frustrated and dispirited about the fact that we try all kinds of different initiatives to reduce waste in construction, and yet we still keep on butting up against the same problems, which fundamentally is that nobody makes money out of waste reduction. You know, there's money in selling stuff, there's money in logistics, there's money in waste management, there's no money in reduction at all. And so we're constantly trying to push a boulder up a hill when we're trying to reduce waste. And that, you know, construction is just my microcosm. Obviously, this is happening everywhere. So that's really where my interest stemmed from. And then, as you said, I am involved in lots of different things, got lots of fingers in different pies. As I say, having been an environmental engineer and a sustainability consultant for so long, I had become frustrated about the slow progress, not just in industry, but nationally, internationally, and the fact that we're facing such massive issues like the climate crisis and biodiversity crisis. And it was at the beginning of 2019, you know, the IPCC report had come out, Blue Planet was on the TV, the Amazon was on fire, it was all over the headlines. And really, I faced a real crisis about being an expert in this industry and having been in the industry for so long and kind of dealing with real, what I felt was mediocrity in industry around the sorts of things that we thought we were capable of doing and the kinds of initiatives that were being rolled out. And I made a decision there and then. You know, I went along to Extinction Rebellion, the uprising in the spring of 2019. Really found my spiritual home, you know, found a way of rebelling really and participating in non-violent disruption, but fundamentally questioning the systems that we're working within and really taking action to make meaningful change. So that was kind of like a rebirth for me as an environmental engineer. And it's very heavily influenced my work now around, you know, we challenge our clients kindly but firmly and require really meaningful change in their businesses and help them to make positive change that genuinely aligns with sustainable development goals. So yeah, that's kind of been my journey. And
what particularly interests me, I suppose, is your background in sort of hard-nosed construction facts and figures and proper science, really, because I think often polarized arguments can be just almost emotion on both sides, if you see what I mean. But I'm very much interested to hear what you say about energy from waste in particular, because you were involved, I believe, in the Zero Waste Scotland report. Is that right?
I was not involved in that. No, I think it's a fantastic report. No, but I've been in contact, I think, through the work that I'm doing, and we'll come on to it, on the legal action that I'm currently involved in. I've been in contact with hundreds of campaigners and incineration experts all across the world, but a lot in the UK and a lot in Europe, and met some amazing people and read some great research. But also, so I wasn't involved in that. The XR Zero Waste open letter I was involved in.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. So just to recap for our audience, the Zero Waste Scotland report was the climate change impacts on burning municipal waste in Scotland, which said that energy from waste was not the best option, and it led to a lot of pushback from the waste industry, who were very much committed to energy from waste, and will make very vociferous arguments that it is the best way, and it's the best way to actually pursue decarbonisation. So it really seems to me there are facts and figures here that people can argue about, rather than emotions. You see what I mean?
Absolutely. So I'm absolutely interested in the science, and there are very, very emotive arguments, I think, on both sides. But what I'm fascinated by is really digging into the science on this. And this is where I came to the climate, the point of campaigning on the climate issues. So there are lots and lots of things that campaigners have a problem with when it comes to waste incineration. And some of those have a fantastic weight of science behind them, some of them don't. But for me, the really big angle on waste incineration is the climate impact and the greenhouse gas emissions. Now, when I started looking into greenhouse gas emissions, one of the things that was really striking to me is how over recent years, and increasingly in the future, the proportion of plastics in our waste is increasing, and it's increasing quite quickly. Now, the incineration industry talk a lot about that. They offer lots of binary options, you know, so they'll say, if it's not incineration, then it has to be landfill. And there's they instill in people this fear that if you're not incinerating the waste, then it all has to go to landfill, which I say is a false argument. And that actually, with an increasing amount of plastic in our waste streams, and this was the basis of the Zero Waste Scotland report, was to say, plastic is not biodegradable. It is not a methane risk in landfill. In fact, plastic represents a form of solid stored carbon. So the incineration industry is talking about carbon capture and storage technology, but it's a nonsense, because what they're burning is stored carbon in the first place. So in a climate emergency, taking stored solid carbon that doesn't biodegrade and turning it instantly into atmospheric carbon through combustion is the absolute opposite of what we should be doing. Those materials, number one, should not be in the waste stream in the first place, which I think is where I do have some common ground with, incineration operators, is that there is a lot of problematic waste in our waste streams. But I think where we diverge is that the industry then talks about incineration as being a climate solution, and that is an absolute nonsense. And that is the fundamental basis of my legal case, which is ongoing in the High Court.
Sure thing, yes. Now, one of the things that when we spoke earlier was, which I suppose really struck me, was your sort of inversion of the waste hierarchy, and not to be so scared of landfill as long as it's combined with mechanical biological treatment. Perhaps you just go through your reasoning on that.
Well, yes, I think this is something, those of us that went to school some time ago learnt the waste hierarchy as a very simple pyramid. And the idea that incineration comes above landfill is pretty much fixed in our minds, that, we should reduce, reuse, recycle, incinerate, and then landfill, and landfill being the worst of all options. But that is when you're talking about biodegradable material. And so when we're talking about this increasing proportion of plastic, as I've already mentioned, plastic is not biodegradable in landfill. It poses no methane risk. And so I feel there is a huge amount of greenwash and false arguing by the incinerator operators who know that plastic is not a biodegradable material. When we talk about plastics, it inverts the waste hierarchy so that landfill actually represents a more attractive solution than incineration when we're in a climate emergency. Now, of course, I do not propose that landfill is a good solution, but I want to challenge fundamentally the argument that incinerator operators put forward. They put forward the spectre of landfill as if it is the worst of all evils. And I think, given the fact that, you know, I was educated I was in a schoolroom in the 80s, and so were many others in the industry, you know, learning that landfill bad, incineration good. These days, that is not necessarily the case. And I think that we need to drop this scaremongering that landfill is a bad thing. It is certainly not worse than incineration.
But I suppose getting back to the facts and figures of the case, what do you think it would take to sort of prove the case to somebody who's sort of been a sort of, as you say, sort of diehard landfill bad, bottom of the hierarchy, which is, it's just, you know, that's something I've that's very much my mindset as well, actually. So I mean, so what do you think it would take in terms of seeing the figures to really persuade someone?
Well, I think that given what a short period of time we've got to talk, I think I would direct absolutely everybody to the Zero Waste Scotland report, which gives the absolute facts and figures about carbon emissions. And they say that actually in CO2 equivalent greenhouse gas emissions, that very shortly, with the proportions of plastics increasing in our bins, actually incineration is worse than landfill. And actually, for a number of incinerators in Scotland that they modelled, already the figures for some incinerators and their greenhouse gas emissions are worse than emissions from landfill. And so I don't want to go too much into the figures on this, because the figures are there in the report from Zero Waste Scotland. So please do go take a look at that report. It's available to download online.
Sure thing. I've spoken to many energy from waste companies, and general impression I get is that everyone realizes it's not ideal, because obviously everybody wants to sort of not have waste in the first place, or the perfect recycling, but it is seen by many as this is just an obviously essential thing that needs to happen, otherwise waste will start building up. It's and it's also something, I think, a technology that many people sort of see will naturally phase out within the next 30 years as the qualities come online. So it's sort of, I suppose in some ways, maybe it seems sort of necessary evil, I suppose, is that's too emotive as well, saying evil, but
I think, yeah, that's what they say. That's kind of the acceptable face of what incinerator operators say. What happens behind the scenes doesn't quite align with that. There is a huge amount of lobbying. There's a huge amount of greenwash. I mean, I could direct you to the Edmonton Incinerators website, which has what they call Mythbusters on there, which is just a pack of untruths and half-truths. It's terrible, the level of greenwashing that is applied to incineration to really pull the wool over the eyes of the public and the authorities to make them believe that incineration is a climate solution. Right now, there is no communication, there is no admitting that incineration is not ideal. All of the comms, all of the PR, all of the marketing is around incineration being a good thing right now and fully aligned with the Paris Agreement, fully conducive to net zero targets and so on. And that really was my starting point for my campaigning, and my legal action was to say, there is no admitting in the industry that this is a necessary evil. What you see when you look at the communications and the press releases from waste companies who are active in the incineration sphere is a complete denial of the climate truth of incineration and a derailing of the sorts of work that is necessary to truly decarbonise the waste sector. So I don't feel that there's an admission from the sector that this needs to change. I feel there's an entrenchment and a commitment to expanding incineration. And when I look at my local incinerator, I was just there this morning doing a TV interview. They have already stated that there will be a waste incinerator on that site until 2075. Now, that is astonishing that they have committed to that. That incinerator there is doubling in capacity over this expansion that's currently being conducted. That is far too large for the waste from the 7 North London boroughs that it serves. In fact, we are going to have to start importing waste from really far afield. So already that incinerator imports waste into London from Oxfordshire, Derbyshire, Cambridgeshire, and all around the home counties and further afield. By doubling its capacity, it will potentially have to start importing waste even from abroad. Now, that is insane, you know, and to me, there is no justification for that. And when we challenge them over it, we get brushed away, we get, you know, false claims made that are not substantiated by scientific research. And that is what I'm fighting.
Sure, I do understand. And just to clarify that, because you made some claims about Edmonton, I think to be balanced and fair, then I think I would need to give them a right to reply on that as well. Because
absolutely.
like I said, I'm not.
I mean, I would be delighted if they would, because we just get brushed away with all kinds of fake answers. You know, we would love to have a proper debate backed by science with these incinerator operators, but all we get back is text from marketing professionals just saying the same old stuff, you know. So yeah, well,
yes, well, that's great. Well, as I said, the point of this session really is sort of see 2 entrenched sides and try and get a balanced and scientific discussion as much as possible, really. When it comes to campaigners, I suppose what tends to happen is that say some company local authority wants to build an incinerator because they want to deal their waste on the recovery rather than as landfill. And there's inevitably local campaigners get set up and are often successful in blocking that. We talked about Norfolk over earlier. When Eric Pickles, the then community secretary, got involved. So it does seem to be that a lot of campaigns are actually quite successful in blocking that and gaining political momentum with MPs who are very, particularly in the Shires, shall we say, are often more or less on the side of some quite some influential local campaigners sometimes. Do you see? How do you see that? I mean, obviously there's this continual battle between the two, but how do you see sort of the success of campaigners in stopping energy from waste?
It's funny that you say a lot are successful, because I don't see that. I see that most incinerators go ahead. There are occasional examples of incinerators getting blocked by campaigners, and you know, there has to be enormous credit given to these campaigners. You know, the waste is a multi-billion-pound industry and they have huge resources at their disposal. These campaigners they work full-time jobs, they have families, you know, all of this is done in our spare time. And many people who are fighting them are not scientists, and they're desperately trying to get straight answers from these organisations and are really struggling. And so, you know, I think the ones that have been successful, all power to them, because it is a David and Goliath battle. The vast majority of incinerators do go ahead. Where they are prevented, usually they pop up again. It's sort of like the Hydra, you know, you cut off one and the next. And this is exactly what's happened in Cheshire. So I'm originally from Cheshire. I now live in North London. And in Cheshire, a campaign was successful to prevent an incinerator, and then 2 more have popped up in its place. And so there's you know, I was reading the headline just a couple of days ago announcing this new Protos incinerator in Runcorn. And even then, the press release from the waste company was talking about how it's a solution for the circular economy, how it's a climate-friendly solution for waste. These throwaway statements are utterly misleading. There is absolutely no way that waste incineration can be claimed to be part of a circular economy. It simply is not. When oil has been taken from the ground and turned into plastic, sticking it into an incinerator and burning it is just a very dirty form of fossil fuel. That is not a climate solution. And there's also all kinds of other matters. I mean, we talk about plastic, food waste, green waste. I mean, I live in North London. We have to pay extra for our green waste to be removed, which means that for most householders, they just stick their green waste into their mixed bins, which goes straight into an incinerator. You know, the way in which waste is managed in this country is faulty all the way through, and we need to stop and take stock. And I think the incinerator operators have to come on board with that. Instead of making these false claims and greenwashing their operations, which frankly, you know, incineration is incredibly profitable, far more profitable than recycling, because they get paid to take the waste in the first place as their fuel. They get paid to sell their energy. They don't get taxed, as landfill does, for taking waste. They also don't get taxed on their emissions, as other fossil fuel power sources do. And so every part of this process is a payday. Because of that, they're able to undercut other forms of waste management, which puts local authorities in a very difficult position where they're strapped for cash. So, you know, I think waste incinerators need to drop the greenwash, and they need to start owning the problem and working on the solution.
Well, thank you. I'm so sorry to have to draw it to a close here. There's so many points that we could be talking about for the rest of the day, and I'm sure that and also the question has come through, but I haven't got time to give it to you. But we will, like I said, we will follow up any further comments and questions, and hopefully we can have some sort of I said open and honest debate about these two entrenched sides. And so thank you.
Yeah, there's so much to say, and I'm very happy to have the discussion. So yeah, thank you.
So thank you very much indeed, Georgia. We're going to take another quick break, and we're back in about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
"2020 has been a year of huge upheaval for us all. Nevertheless, across the waste and recycling sector, we have worked together to serve our communities. Local heroes and key workers, providing essential services. We have delivered. Whether your focus is on the collection of household waste or its onward recycling, treatment and processing, we've all stood firm, and we have maintained our services. But with restrictions here to stay until 2021, a Brexit on the horizon, a green recovery is vital to a bright future for our nation. Let's look forward together, focusing on the future to drive the policies we need to deliver exceptional resource management long into the future.
Hello and welcome back. Well, next in our packed entertainments, afternoon entertainments, we have Chris Preston, the Deputy Director of Resources and Waste at DEFRA, and I'm very, very pleased indeed to welcome him to our day today, because I'm sure I, along with everybody else, really wants to know what's been going on with the resource and waste strategy. Clearly, we've had COVID this year, which has put everything back, it seems, and I'm sure we're all keen what Chris has to say. So welcome, Chris, and over to you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Hello. So, as Corinne said, I'm Chris Preston. I'm the Deputy Director for Resource and Waste. Here in DEFRA, I would normally say, I suppose here is DEFRA, even though I'm working from home. And thank you for inviting me to speak at this year's Materials Recycling World National Recycling Awards Conference. It's been an unprecedented year, I think. Just looking at the little clip before my spot came up, I think for all of us, it's been an unprecedented year, both in terms of the national pandemic and the effects that that's had, but also in terms of the fact that we've continued to make really good progress in delivering our major policy objectives. So we've seen substantial progress with the passage of the Environment Bill, which will help us to deliver government commitments on introducing EPR, DRS for plastic and glass, drinks containers, and ban exports of plastic waste to non-OECD countries. And of course, in January this year, we left the European Union, and on the 31st of December, it will leave the transition period into a new trading arrangements. So I don't think I can give any talk without talking about the impact of COVID-19. It's fundamentally altered the way we work and we live. We've been working closely with colleagues in the waste sector, local authorities, NGOs, to look at our response about how we managed certainly in the early days of the pandemic, the sector, the situation, and what our response needed to be. What I do want to say is the way we collaborated together across all 4 nations of the United Kingdom as well was truly excellent. I mean, the collaboration, the teamwork was truly an amazing thing to see. And I know that ministers and the nation in general are hugely grateful for the work of the waste sector in keeping waste moving. I always say that waste is one of those things that until something goes wrong, you don't notice it. It's kind of it's one of those unsung, unspoken, unseen services that operate seamlessly in the background. The only time you notice it is when it's not working, when it's not there. And it made me so proud to work with an industry that kept those services moving. So I'm sure you have questions on that later, but as I say, heartfelt thank you from me and also from ministers who wrote to the industry to thank them. So in terms of policy delivery, despite the challenges, despite the fact it's been harder to engage with people, COVID has an impact on the way we work, what we do, how quickly we can work on things. We've continued to deliver on our commitments in the resources and waste strategy. I'll give you a few highlights of that. So we published our government responses on our major waste reforms. I'll talk a little bit about those later on. We're seeking new powers in the Environment Bill, and the Environment Bill's progressing. We're putting in place funding to support the development of UK recycling facilities through various grant opportunities. We've continued to deliver on funding from our £15 million pilot scheme to reduce food waste through food waste redistribution and grants, waste prevention initiatives. We've been analysing our call for evidence on the development of standards for bio-based, biodegradable and compostable plastics. We've been using strategic priority funding along with industry funding to move research towards a more circular economy. We've published for the resources and waste strategy an evaluation plan and indicator framework. That was in August this year. We've published broad proposals for broad legislative targets that will be required under the Environment Bill. We've committed to increasing and extending the carry bag charge to all retailers from 2021 to further protect our oceans from plastic and to reduce waste and to reduce resource use as well. We fulfilled our commitment to ban the supply of plastic straws, plastic stirrers and plastic stemmed cotton buds, and that came into force in October this year. we've sought views on our revised waste management plan for England, and we'll be looking to publish a government response in the new year. And of course, we've worked very, very hard to make sure that we have a functioning statute book as we leave the transition period. So we've been putting in place legislation both to implement the Northern Ireland Protocol when that comes into force on the 1st of January, but also, as I say, to make sure that the waste statute book across the nations of the UK operates effectively. So I'll give you a little bit of a flavour of some of the things that we've been doing and a bit more detail around them. So I'm sure you're all familiar with, but just to remind you about the resource and waste chapter of the Environment Bill. It's one of the larger parts of the bill itself. It gives us the powers to implement our major waste reforms, so deposit return scheme, producer responsibility, consistency and collections, but it goes beyond that as well. It also introduces new powers to tackle waste crime, powers around litter, powers around resource efficiency as well, and also powers to tackle further powers to tackle single-use plastics. So the bill returned to Parliament in early November. It's now gone through its committee stage, and it's now going to be going through its report stage. Part of the question for my talk is around what are the next steps on resources and waste strategy delivery. The strategy is a very, very ambitious document. It maps out a plan, if you like, for resource and waste, both as we leave the transition period, as we left the European Union, over the next 3 to 4 years, with some really big policy delivery changes in there. We remain committed to its implementation, and our focus has been on the major waste reforms, but other work is progressing in the background. Since consulting on our major waste reforms, we've had an extensive programme of stakeholder engagement with local authorities, waste managers, producers, regulators and NGOs. We've conducted a significant number of workshops to help us shape and develop those proposals. And of course, we're working closely with the devolved administrations on 2 of those 3 reforms. Consistency is England only. So a little bit of flavour about what those reforms are seeking to achieve. So consistency is about making recycling easier for everyone. It will help us to achieve our target of 65% municipal waste being recycled by 2035. And of course, if we can go further, ministers will always ask us to go further if we can. It's about making sure that materials are collected separately for recycling so that we can get better quality recycler that can feed into a circular economy, that can feed into a supply of materials that can go into new plastic and other types of packaging. And one question I frequently get asked is, what about the costs of change for local authorities? And government's committed to fully meeting under the new burdens doctrine any new net costs for local authorities. Alongside consistency and collections, we've also committed as a first step, our major priority, to introduce a reformed extended producer responsibility regime for packaging waste. The reforms will see producers meeting the full net costs of managing their packaging waste at the end of its life. We'll be putting in place modulated fees to encourage greater design for reuse and recyclability, and it will work hand in hand with our policies around consistent collections. And we're also looking to see whether the producer responsibility fees can also cover costs related to litter management. And our third reform is a deposit return scheme. One of the key objectives for the deposit return scheme is to increase recycling, but also to help tackle litter and provide a circularity in the way that those materials are managed. We had a huge response to our consultation back in 2019, over 200,000 responses. We've analysed those responses, and for each of the reforms we'll be looking to consult next year. So looking ahead to 2021, which I guess is what you want to hear, we'll be publishing the government response on the call for evidence for standards for bio-based, biodegradable and compostable plastics. We'll be consulting on introducing regulations around food surplus and waste reporting. There'll be our major waste reforms, of course. We'll be consulting on introducing digital waste tracking system, another area that the bill legislates for. We'll also be looking to consult on our new waste prevention programme, and I also mentioned that we'll be publishing our waste management plan next year, our revised waste management plan. So in summary, that's a very, very quick canter through, and there's lots and lots of other things happening across my team and in DEFRA. I think, as I say, it's been a really, really challenging year that we've all faced, but it's also important to reflect on the enormous achievements that the sector's delivered, and I'm very, very proud of the work that my team has continued to drive forward over this year. I'm confident that we will continue to deliver on the goals in the strategy, and I very, very much look forward to working with you to help us to deliver that ambition. Thank you.
That's great, Chris. Thank you so much. Wonderful to hear directly from you, although you're not quite from DEFRA, but from your personal office.
Yeah, it's sort of DEFRA.
Extension thereof. I just this actually I'm in the offices myself. This is not my usual gold wall behind me. Made the effort. Well, thank you so much for that. I'd like to bring in again Andrea Lockerbie, MRW Associate Editor, who has some questions for you. Thanks, Andrea.
Hello. Thanks for talking us through that, Chris. I mean, I was wondering, I know a lot of people will perhaps be asking if you can give us a bit more of an indication in terms of timing on when we can expect these second consultations to kind of hit, so we're primed and ready to have a look at them.
Early in the new year, so first quarter probably. Yeah,
okay.
All been well. Yeah, all been well.
And also, I know you know certain sectors of the industry have been the textile sector in particularly. There was a commitment in the resources and waste strategy to kind of look at EPR and perhaps product standards and those sorts of things for 5 priority areas, and it had earmarked, I think, textiles, bulky waste, certain materials in the construction and demolition sector, vehicle tyres and fishing gear. And there was a commitment to kind of complete that work by 2022 for 2 of those. So yeah. Where are you with identifying 2 of those and kind of getting started on that work?
So that work's progressing. So we will reveal all as to which two are going to be the areas we look at. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. There was also a commitment to look at the use of weight targets and perhaps looking at alternatives to that. And I mean, there's been a recent report on electronic waste by the Environmental Audit Committee, which was suggesting, looking at value as opposed to weight. So again, can you give us any indication as to sort of what progress is on that side of things?
Yeah, so I think one of the things we said we would look at are there alternatives to weight-based measures. So I think we always recognise that in some instances weight is a sensible way to manage recycling and what you're trying to achieve. That's a good thing, but also you've got to think about the carbon impacts as well. So some materials will have a lower carbon impact. So your previous speaker was talking about plastics getting into EFW plants. So there is something about how can we think about carbon as a way to measure our success in our resource and waste strategy, and that will feed in very much into the work. I don't know if people have seen our kind of proposals for the 2 potential target areas that we're going to legislate for under the Environment Bill, but one is around resource efficiency, and of course we're also very, very much thinking about impacts of net zero and how do we achieve net zero. So carbon thinking is very, very much at the heart of what we're trying to achieve. So it'll be a mix. I don't think there'll ever be a time where you say we're not having a weight-based element to our targeting, but we might need to think about other more nuanced, better indicators to measure our success by. And that's one of the reasons why we published our evaluator framework and indicator framework earlier this year, so that there's a much more nuanced way to measure success, as opposed to that, dare I say, that slightly obsessive focus on weight-based recycling targets. There's so much more to resource and waste and effective resource and waste management than that. They will always remain a part of it.
Yeah, yeah.
I have a quick question here. Usually around this time of year, we get the recycling statistics for England. We've seen some other positive results again in Wales and Northern Ireland. Have they been delayed by COVID, the publication of these stats? Do you know?
It's entirely possible that they might well have been for some local authorities. Yeah. So obviously we rely on the data that comes through, but we should still be. It's usually early in the new year we usually publish, because obviously the year's not over yet.
Yes,
so,
indeed.
Yeah. So it'd be early in the new year, I think, is the plan.
Yeah. No, it'd be perfectly understandable if data collection has proved to be rather difficult. What expectations do you have? Obviously, this is 2020. This is supposed to be the year where we hit 50% as a nation. We clearly haven't. Do you have any reflections on that?
We don't know whether we've hit 50% yet. In fact, we won't probably know for some time.
Okay.
So that's my answer to that.
Batting it further down the road. Okay.
Yeah, that's a very good civil service answer. It's also true, actually. We don't know whether we've hit 50% yet.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, go on.
No. I mean, just it's been, as every remarks, the most extraordinary year anyone can remember. So this time last year there was a general election. We're just coming out of a general election. Then Brexit was going ahead. But then, of course, COVID hit us. What's been your personal reflections really about trying to deal with that as you do your job in government?
Crikey, I think resilience of people to carry on, actually, even in the most difficult circumstances, both personally, looking at my teams and how we adapted literally overnight to not being in the office, to working together, but also the sector itself, dealing with waste in a completely new environment. What do these things mean? What are the risks to people? Just the way that people adapted and changed and kept things moving. That's my testament. Testament to people's resilience. Really, I think is my feeling. That's my main reflection. And also that you can actually keep things moving. You don't always have to all be in a room. And in fact, in some ways, we've been able to engage more effectively, strangely enough, because you can include people from all over the country. It's not a kind of, so you can have, despite being apart and working at home, you can actually bring more people together in some ways with good technology. So good technology is another reflection, how that can facilitate policy development.
And do you think this has permanently changed the way you think DEFRA will operate?
Oh, I don't know. That's a very good question. But I suspect, yes, I suspect for a lot of businesses, actually. This is only my personal reflection, but I would say so, because we've shown that technology can work, it can help, it can facilitate. So I like being in the office with people. So a bit of home working is all right, but I miss my team. So, and I miss that kind of gossip, I suppose, is the right thing. Just finding out what's going on, that general kind of absorbing things. If I was honest.
Andrew, did you have another question there?
Oh yeah, I was just going to picking up on your comments on sort of digital aspects. Earlier on in the conference, we'd been discussing technology, and you mentioned the kind of sort of waste, digital waste work that you've been doing. I'd also recently been speaking to people who are looking at sort of a more digital DRS system, for example, and the possibilities that could offer within sort of a potential DRS scheme. So I was just wondering how where you're at with progress on kind of digital digitizing the waste sector, as it were, and how joined up these various components were with the different with the different kind of various consultations and various aspects to the waste stream.
Yeah, so I mean, so there's a pilot project. So we obviously work closely on for DRS at the moment. Our proposals, it'll be a DRS in England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Scotland, of course, is developing their own proposals, and Wales is running a digital pilot. So we're obviously very, very interested. I think the key thing for me is you've got to make it easy for people to recycle, and the easier you can make it, the more people will recycle. So obviously we're very interested in digital solutions as well as a kind of classic, reverse vending machine approaches as well.
Yeah. Picking up on that, one of the key things we heard from the panel session this morning, earlier on this afternoon, was about the need for open data standards, and this potential problem of if a lot of people with very good ideas come up with ways to track waste in a particular way, whether using QR codes or just by scanning or whatever. It can be all very clever, but but obviously this is what your waste tracking project is all about, is trying to sort of narrow it down to one sort of successful thing. But how aware are you of the need to have really a system that really can be have open data standards and can be used by all, rather than sort of by a monopoly by one or two organizations, which isn't necessarily the most flexible solution here?
So I think obviously open data, open information makes markets flow more easily. So I think I mean, we're not quite at that stage yet, I think, with the waste tracking work, but actually knowing where resources are in the economy and making that an open data, if you like, to pick up on your phrase, I think will be a good thing. But I haven't yet got that far ahead in my thinking, and we're still developing the systems at the moment. But if you were to ask me personally, open data I think is a good thing, and it's how government kind of lives and dies by, lots of data that used to be closed and you had to buy, and you could only access at certain times. That lid's been taken off, because if my previous Secretary of State, Elizabeth Truss, she was incredibly keen on open data, so she kind of created a bit of a revolution, I think, in DEFRA about opening as much data as you possibly could, because who knows what an entrepreneur might do by looking at open data and accessing that data and manipulating it a certain way to create new products and services. So I don't know what the answer is, but I would say that it's very much part of what government wants to do, to open data as far as you possibly can, within bounds of things like data protection and all those kind of issues.
Indeed, I think that's something that certainly I think a lot of the people have been asking me, which is why I'm asking you. Basically, is what's going on here. Now, getting back to what's the delivery of the strategy. There's been some sort of indications. Obviously, what we journalists do is try to read between the lines of various statements, and it'd be entirely understandable that the COVID has put back the deadline dates on the original resource management strategy, which is I mean, that was back in 2018, wasn't it? So it'd be understandable that things have changed since then. Do you have any sort of are you going to make sort of any can you tell us any more definite indications about perhaps delaying some of these deadlines
for the whole strategy?
Well, for things like DRS, for instance, I think originally, as far as I remember, it was supposed to be 2023. But then the latest indication I saw was that by the end of the Parliament ending in 2024, and I had a bit of back and forward with your department about exactly what that meant. So I thought I'd ask you directly.
I think you should say 23-24 in there.
Right. Okay.
Was the line that you picked up on? Yeah. You weren't the only person who asked that question, so that was just
okay.
But obviously, we'll consult on what impact any delays might have had as well. So that's going to be part of it. But the plan is still 23-24.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have to say that's pretty impressive, because it'd be very easy, wouldn't it, to say what we've had staffing problems, we've had a pandemic to deal with. So I mean, everyone would understand that. So I have to say that's quite a good thing to hear. I'm sure the rest of the industry will be very glad to hear that as well.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Well, I think we're sort of drawing to an end on this one. So can I just thank you once again, Chris, for agreeing to speak to us from your home, I look forward to speaking to you again in the new year and seeing what fresh challenges 2021 will bring us.
Many more, I would have thought. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks,
Bye.
Chris. Okay, bye. Okay, we're going to bring a bit of an early break there, but we're coming back at 10 to 3, and hope to see you then. See you soon. Welcome back. And on to our next item on the agenda, which is this is a case study we have here with the essential role of household waste and recycling centres highlighted during the COVID closure. Fly tipping remains very high on the list, and actually one of the most reported things during lockdown, MRW reported on, was indeed the problems imposed by these closures and the resulting fly tipping. So I'm very pleased indeed to hear what's happening on the ground from Mark Barnfield, Head of Municipal Collections and Street Scene and FCC Environment, and Charlotte Tompkins, the Waste Services Manager at East Northamptonshire Council. So I'm very interested to hear what you say. So over to you.
Thank you. Do please let me share my screen. Hopefully this will work. I don't have faith in my IT, but bear with me one moment. Initially it was telling me Zoom webinar not responding. Hopefully we can see that, and I can go into
we can now see that. That looks good.
Super, thank you. Well, thank you to MRW and for allowing us to speak today. Both myself and Charlotte, as mentioned, will be talking about the importance of recycling, linking that to the essential roles HWRCs have played during the COVID pandemic and any associated link with fly tipping in terms of legislation. A lot to cover in a short space of time, so I'll start to rattle through. Just a little bit about who FCC are. We're, for those that don't know, we're one of the UK's leading recycling waste management companies. See significant amount of recycling tonnage processed through our facilities. A significant amount of energy, as you can see, generated through our network of energy from waste facilities. 2,400 employees, and operating across the sector, delivering municipal services to councils, so HWRC operation, environmental service, waste collection, street cleansing, grounds maintenance, etc. MRFs, composting facilities, energy from waste, other waste processing facilities in the hazardous waste sector as well as a trade waste offering. In terms of the partnership with our local authority clients, we work with over 60 local authorities in the UK. We have not far shy of 100 HWRC sites in operation, of which, linked to some of those, 9 reuse shops and 11 sort of environmental service contracts, for want of a better description. You will have, sorry, I've gone back. You will have heard from DEFRA today, so not looking to dwell too much on the bill or the strategy, but the government has made it clear that it's got a net zero commitment moving forward with regards to the broader environment. As a sector, we clearly stand ready to help deliver on the outcomes of the strategy following the consultations next year, and we want to do that in partnership with our local authority partners to combat all facets of it, including, as we're talking about today, the fly tipping and littering element. In terms of the strands from the strategy and their influence and impact on the littering and fly tipping debate, that whilst not bespoke, EPR will seek to, in its cost recovery from producer, will seek to recover the costs of cleanups from local authorities and associated communications. Indirectly, standardised collection should, and the aim and the hope is to increase the amount and the range of recyclable materials that can be captured, which indirectly should have an effect. DRS, as we know, historically was the premise was to help reduce street blight by encouraging members of the public to obtain a deposit for materials that otherwise could find their way onto the streets. And the plastic packaging tax consultation next year and implementation the year after should drive up the amount of recyclable plastics that are captured in the system and go back in and help from a streets perspective. Moving on to HWRCs and where they fit in the strategy, whilst there's reference, they're not a key feature of the resources and waste strategy. There is reference made clearly to the increased use or the increase of reuse, of which we have experience in delivering that on some sites. The benefits of that, additional income, saves on the cost of disposal, creation of jobs, and obviously, you know, avoided disposal, and aside from avoidance, as high up the waste hierarchy as you can get. HWRCs during the COVID pandemic have been highlighted as an essential service, and probably their profile has been heightened because of the difficult situation we all find ourselves in at the moment. But we do question whether the strategy and the regulation is sufficient and could be amended to realise the importance of HWRCs. Our learnings from lockdown, clearly at the outset, which was all new to us all, HWRCs were largely closed at the end of March, but very quickly the government and members of the public were calling for the reopenings of these sites due to the storage of materials at home and what was at the time a perceived increase in fly tipping risk. There was a lot of division amongst councils and the industry with regards to the need to reopen HWRCs, but eventually DEFRA amended the regulations to ensure that sites were reopened. Our first site to reopen was on the 17th of April, so not actually that long after the original lockdown. So any tangible link between increased fly tipping linked to closure of sites is yet to be proven, but we will get to that at some point. In obviously reopening, we had to open in a COVID safe manner, booking systems, reduce traffic and people on site operating in a COVID safe distance. And those measures continue to this day as we come out of this. Public compliance from our experience has been very good. And as I've made the point, that the value of the service has been heightened through the current situation. I won't dwell on this too much, but some of the measures in place with increased safe working practices, increased and different communications to members of the public on how to behave and operate on, or to move about on these sites. Learning for us was it was important to link with highways with regards to potential queuing risk because of the increased peak in demand. The booking systems I've mentioned have worked well, albeit it reduced the overall site volume and capacity. Members of the public, in our experience, tended to make use of their slot and arguably fill their cars up more so than before. Reuse during this time was tended to be closed because it was classed as retail, but depending on what tier and what's going on, they're back open and operating. So conclusions from the HWRC experience during COVID: really highly valued services. Numbers of visitors remain fairly low, but in terms of you know, they are bringing more materials to mitigate this. Booking system worked well, perhaps going forward, dependent on the local authority and appetite and contract. There may be a hybrid at peak times, but whilst we're still in this situation, in terms of the way we operate, there is no room for complacency about how we operate, and communication with our local authority partners and members of the public is essential for us to be able to maintain that going forward. In terms of fly tipping, as we no, the government has historically taken steps to address the problems of fly tipping, giving more powers to local authorities to take action, and more on that from Charlotte in a second. But what we also know is that the government are now taking it seriously again. In October 2020, in response to a parliamentary debate, Rebecca Powell suggested that they recognise the negative impacts on the lockdown and potential fly tipping increase of the temporary closure, and the Environment Minister has committed as one of the top issues going forward. In terms of the growing problem, the latest figures we had were for 18-19, 19-20 not due till next year, but the trends have been fairly stark going forward. So we're up 8%, or 18-19 is up 8% on 17-18, and there's been a year-on-year increase in fly tipping since 12-13. You know, the materials that you'll see here, there's two learnings from this slide, which is, I know a lot of stats, but the materials are 62% household, so HWRCs serve as a solution to that in part, and some of the measures that are coming out of the resources and waste strategy will help serve that in part, but whether there's enough of a tangible link, we're yet to know. But the problem is stark and the problem is growing, and the cost to local authorities is high. Just on this slide again, a lot of stats, but enforcement is not necessarily increasing, but more are being penalised, more are being prosecuted. The costs of the prosecution are going up, but the success rate remains high. And the obvious outcome from the prosecutions are fines, which are increasing over time. But looking ahead, in terms of the regulations enforcement, will determine how effective we have, or the mechanisms, the tools that we have to be able to effectively address the problem. The Environment Bill puts some of the cost responsibility, or aims to put the cost responsibility back on producers, but it leaves the hand of enforcement in public bodies and local authorities. So the questions remain: will the polluter pays principle extend to enforcement costs for this? Do local authorities need more help from central government, such as better guidance, support and tools, as well as tighter enforcement and stricter penalties? And in turn, how can local authorities prioritise and resource zero tolerance approach with clear enforcement and more frequent, stricter penalties? I'd like to, and hopefully I've given enough time, I'll hand over to Charlotte from East Northamptonshire to give you some real life examples.
Thanks, Mark. Hi, yeah. So the title of this presentation is Why is Recycling Important? And we focused a little bit on fly tipping, and I guess why is recycling important? Because fly tipping is the other side of that coin. And with good recycling and processes that are commercially viable to people, then we probably would see less of that. So just to sort of to carry on from some of the questions that Mark raised, and, you know, yes, government are taking a bit more notice. Yes, fly tipping's been on everyone's lips an awful lot this year. I've certainly had to do lots and lots of extra returns about numbers and types and things to various different data gathering expeditions. What I really wanted to talk to you about today was just a couple of tactics that we've been using on the ground that have actually been effective in the now. So it's a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel for those of you out there struggling with those all that stuff that could be going to the HWRCs. And something that doesn't come out in that data is that there's a middleman often. That material may not be commercial waste as such, it's generally coming from householders, but there's often that middleman, that man in the van, the Facebook operator, who is the one actually taking a wage legally or illegally in terms of picking that up. So one of the things that we did with a particularly prolific group, they were part of the travelling community, and they've been settling in the area and moving around for quite some time. So instead of tackling it as an individual fly tip, we actually went down the antisocial behaviour route. And by gathering evidence every single time they left and moved on, and the requirement for clear up, working with the local police and the rest of the community partners, we actually got impact statements together, as well as all the evidence, and effectively served them with a community protection warning notice to start with. When they breached that, a couple of weeks later, we then issued them with a community protection notice, which stopped them from coming into the area at all and able to settle. So what that has done in the month or so since that's been served is they haven't actually been back. So instead of each time they left a location after a week or so, we were getting clean-up bills of £2,000-3,000. We've actually not had that bill at all. So that was the first approach, and then if you, Mark, thank you, Mark, click onto the second one. Another thing that we've been doing is something which some of you will be familiar with, target hardening. So again, we've picked some of our hotspots, places that we were getting fly tipping every couple of days. And again, these are probably bigger loads. They're sort of on some of the main thoroughfares, spur roads, just out of the way, good places for sort of little tipper lorries and things to go. So a little bit more than your household stuff. But was footpath for walkers is quite popular, particularly in lockdown. Lots of people out and about looking to use the open spaces. So was a bit of a knotty problem. What we were able to do was, again, sort of using the partners' highways, the local landowner and sort of getting everybody together, was actually we found that installing a gate as a one-off cost was about half the price of one fly tip. And again, in that sort of month or so since that's been in place, again, we must have saved £5,000–6,000 just in the last month from daily fly tips. So it's just a couple of little ways in which you might think about trying something a bit different, or you know, trying to avoid them fly tipping on your patch, and hopefully pushing people towards recycling and using the HWRCs as they should do. Thanks a lot. That's. Okay, I think we're probably, yeah.
Yeah, so that's us, and that's the slides.
Excellent. That's great. Thank you so much for that. Really, really fascinating stuff. Yes, I wonder if we get some, just going checking about questions we have here. Yes, again, if we can invite Andrea back in.
Hello.
Yeah, there we go. Andrea's been scanning the questions we've been getting in.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's thanks for that really interesting presentation. I think it just installing gates and little tips like that made me, you know, I think everyone's probably got a little area near where they live which is a bit of a fly tipping hotspot, and ours is kind of on a little walking path between, you know, on the edge of a kind of industrial area, and you know, every time you walk down there, there's something new kind of dumped there. So it's definitely kind of a topic of interest for lots of us. Earlier on in the conference, I mean, I think we've probably touched on quite a lot of related topics, you know, duty of care being one, because and I think someone mentioned earlier on, it's kind of a case of turning off the tap in terms of the supply of this waste, basically, and I think often perhaps with these smaller kind of fly tipping occurrences, it's usually a case of you know, a householder, and I don't know, you perhaps be able to enlighten us. They're perhaps unwittingly giving their waste to someone who they think might be a legitimate operator, but aren't. And I wonder if, I mean, you know, we kind of write about the waste sector, we're a bit more clued up on it, but I really don't know how much the average householder is aware of duty of care requirements, and to how much they will question whether someone has got the proper license and whether they are going to deal with their waste properly. So I mean, do you think really it's at the very start of the chain where we need to be kind of focusing a bit more effort to kind of stop this whole kind of flow through of waste ending up in the wrong place?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that has been one of the things that we find difficult, is often even people who generally, you know, in my industry, I've sort of come across people who are going, well, I found them on Facebook, it must be fine. And I think it's quite easy to assume that through some of these marketplaces, particularly, that the provider is pre-approved sort of thing. And it isn't easy at all. And I think that's one of the things that we all, the industry, regulators, local councils, can do a bit more in terms of enlightening people into how they can discharge their duty of care relatively easily, because again, if it's too much of a faff, then someone's not going to do it. The amount of times I've had someone say, I just wanted it off my drive, I wanted my garden tidy, you know, I wanted it gone. So the sort of psychology of that is very much the more difficult we make it, the more likely that recycling, that fly tipping is going to happen. And I come back to the importance of recycling. It's making it easy, it's making that decision point an easy one for people to take, making that the easier path than just simply saying, here's £20, take it away, and I need to forget about it. So there's probably quite a lot to do in terms of the psychological side of the approach to that.
Yeah, and you know, through the making it easy for people to get rid of material, because I'm sure most people, the participants, work in the sector and industry and understand the rules and regulations and the importance of compliance for a whole range of reasons. But you know, you've had local authorities with budget pressures from having to rationalise their HWRC network, for example, in order to save costs, because they are essentially a net cost. But if we're saying that fly tipping is a problem and that network needs to be expanded, or the ability to get, you know, there's perhaps an infrastructure problem, as well as, you know, a normal member of the public not understanding their obligations and requirements to have to comply.
I'm sorry, I think we're going to have to draw that one to a close. I think we've reached our time limit there. But once again, we'll get any further questions, we'll get to you, and we'll try and get a back and forth between participants and readers in MRW. So Mark and Charlotte, thank you so much indeed for that case study. It's very interesting. And I think we'll have to sort of take another 5-minute break before our final session of the afternoon. So thank you.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye-bye.
And welcome back once more. This is the final session of a very packed afternoon indeed. And I think we've gone through really quite a broadening number of subjects, really covering an awful lot that really concerns the sector. And this is perhaps underpins almost everything, which is how do we persuade the public to behave better from our point of view. It's increasingly, public have been called for public themselves have been wanting to see a greener society, but often persuading them to do the kind of things that we want them to see is not necessarily that easy. How do we train consumers out of a throwaway mindset? That's what we're going to be talking about today. And I'm very pleased indeed to introduce you to our panelists. We have Troena Restoric. I do apologise if I've not pronounced that right, but you can tell me a bit later on. Chief Executive and Founder of Hubbub. We have James Close, the Head of Circular Economy Programme at the London Waste and Recycling Board, and Angeliki Balianis, Lecturer in Human Geography at the University of Exeter. And I know a lot of you will be asking what is Lecturer in Human Geography, but and what's that to do with waste, but Angeliki can talk to you about that. So perhaps we could start off by introducing yourselves, and I do the classic panel thing of asking the opening question. What one thing would make the most difference in boosting the public's attitude towards recycling? And perhaps we could start with you, James.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. And it's wonderful to be here. The London Waste and Recycling Board is a partnership between the Mayor of London and London's boroughs to promote a reduction in waste and an increase in recycling. And we focus very much on the circular economy as part of that solution. So this is an extremely relevant topic for us. And we've been working for a long time on the infrastructure for London's waste and recycling, but also on the policy side of things to support policy change to promote a greater awareness of consumption patterns and the impact of those on our built environment and the materials flow that we interact with. So I think, Corinne, to answer your question, I think I would start off with, I think, where we are today, which is raising awareness. It's quite extraordinary how people are much more aware of climate change than they were in the past. There's a wonderful London Council's poll saying that 87% of Londoners are motivated to help prevent climate change. And I think what we need to do is link the resource usage, materials usage, consumption to the impact that those materials have on our climate. And it's not just our climate, it's also biodiversity and our general environment. But climate, I think, is the proxy for all of those environmental issues, and clearly is an enormous priority for the government as it runs up into the COP. So that's what I would say, is raise awareness and capture the imagination of people so that we can help them on this extraordinary change journey that we're all going to have to go through.
Excellent, thank you, James. Angeliki, if I could move to you now. Yeah, persuade, yes, explain to people what human geography is.
Thanks so much for your generous invitation. So I guess human geographer in terms of waste is interested in bringing together the economic, the social, the political, the material and the cultural dimensions of both the sector and the infrastructure together to develop a comprehensive and systemic understanding of the emergence of waste, the management of waste, and the development of green futures. So thinking about kind of recycling and boosting public engagement with recycling, I'm going to say something very predictable. As a researcher, I think we need to develop a better understanding of recycling practices, of how people relate to waste, before we kind of design interventions. And also, I think what I find in my experience that different publics already had a lot of the solutions or a lot of the approaches that are necessary to make positive change. So in a way, I think it's important for the industry to kind of lend their ears and hear what the public or different publics have to say and work collaboratively with them.
Excellent, thank you for that. And Trevor, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Corinne, and great stab at my name. It's closer than I normally get. So I'm Trevor, I'm the CEO of the environment charity Hubbub. We've been going 6 years, and our aim is to try and encourage and motivate and inspire a mass audience to take part in environmental activities. In response to your question, I think the public needs three things. One is they need a consistent message, so that rather than the current hotspots of communications we get, they need to know what's the right thing to do. The second thing is they need it to be made as easy as possible for them to act. And the third thing they need is to believe that it's actually happening. So if they are making an added effort to recycle, they've got to understand that actually that is of benefit and the things are actually being recycled and not dumped onto a beach somewhere far overseas. So the three things, I think.
Thank you very much indeed. So I'd like to kick off this panel really by asking how the COVID-19 pandemic has had an impact on public perception of waste and recycling, which we assume it has done. Does this present an opportunity to change behaviours, and will that change be permanent? And perhaps Angeliki, if I could move to you, because perhaps you could spend a bit about your COVID study as well. That'd be really interesting to hear about.
Thanks, Corinne. So yes, I'm leading a collaborative project on the impact of COVID-19 on the sector broadly. So we're working closely with CIWM, and we're just about to finish a report reflecting on the impact right across the UK. In terms of what we learned, especially in conversation with various local authority managers, what's interesting at the moment is an increased public awareness of the people who collect their waste. Obviously, kind of collections is the most visible dimension of waste management, but that's a start to understanding the infrastructure and understanding the people who work with waste. So there is in all of our workshops with the sector, that there was an emphasis on having a detailed conversation about the sector and putting it on a political agenda, and that kind of generating an understanding of the sector's importance. And I think that enables all of the kind of linking waste management to climate change and the economy. And so it starts to pull those threads together when we have a fuller and more detailed understanding of what waste management is.
Right. You said that you're going to publish fairly soon some results. Can you tell us when exactly?
We've just finished drafting the executive summary. So that's, we aim to distribute this, and it should be out on the CIWM website at the end of the week. So definitely we want to get this out before Christmas.
Oh, excellent. Oh, very much look to seeing that. That's interesting. James, over to you. How do you see that the pandemic is changing public perceptions?
Yeah, well, we've done, as you can imagine, some research on this. And interestingly, in the commercial waste sector, you saw massive tonnage reductions in April of between 60 to 90%. And in July, that came back to a reduction of commercial waste between 20 and 25%. And you'd expect that, of course, because many businesses had closed down in London, and this is where we did the research. So that obviously created a real sort of dilemma in how to make sure that the waste that was offset, if you like, or was created in the domestic sector could be handled. And I think what we observed was that local authorities really did an extraordinary job in handling household waste, because obviously there's a massive increase in that, and they managed to be really flexible around the way in which they ran those waste services. Very few boroughs actually reduced any aspect of those waste services, which was really impressive. One or two, and if they did, they shifted away from garden waste, which was obviously one of the lower impact areas of waste. And I think this flexibility has been really very helpful. And we've also seen the impact of household waste recycling centres. And I think we saw the challenge in closing those down, but also in opening them up. And I think the booking system that's been in place in many of these actually helped make sure that we could manage that capacity reasonably well. Of course, the big elephant in the room, if you like, is the whole increase in personal protection equipment and particularly disposable face masks. And that's been really difficult to deal with. Our statistics show that 89% were found in residual waste and 11% in the recycling scheme. So I think it goes to Trewin's point, really, you've got to make it easy for people to recycle, and particularly as you're thinking about things like face masks, which of course have a potential to spread the COVID disease. So it's been a really interesting dynamic around the way in which waste flows have changed over the course of the COVID period. Much to learn from it, and I think some really positive adjustments have been made.
Sure. And Trewin, over to you. I mean, Hubbub always strikes me as an organisation that really puts the fun into recycling, doesn't it? Really, from pumpkins or the voting cigarette butts and that kind of stuff. Do you think the pandemic has changed the way you engage with the public?
Yes, quite significantly. So we've done 4 sets of public polling. I think we polled about 10,000 people. And we've had conversations with around 120 businesses to find out what the impact of all this horror show has had on us. I think the first thing we've discovered is that people's attitude to food has changed significantly. Obviously, people are shocked at seeing empty supermarket shelves, and we're cooking at home a lot more. So all our research has shown that people are putting a higher value on food and understanding the importance of food, and are trying to save money on food bills. So the research suggests that there's a reduction in food waste. We recently ran a campaign with Tesco's, which sort of reinforced that, where with a very small number of their households, we managed to cut domestic food waste by about 70% and saved households about £16 a week on their bills. We'd never have got those results a year ago, and we probably wouldn't have got Tesco's engaged in a food waste campaign unless they'd seen from their customer tracking that food waste was suddenly high up the agenda. Other things from our polling have shown that concern about plastics has dropped down the agenda quite considerably. So sort of that immediate concern about plastic pollution has diminished and has been superseded by concerns obviously about safety. And anecdotal evidence shows that sales of single-use plastics has increased significantly. But what we are seeing is huge concerns around littering. More and more businesses really worried about littering, sort of the prevalence of drive-throughs, people drinking more on the streets, PPE. So that's gone up the agenda. And then I think the other really interesting thing is that you know, we're about to head into a massive recession. The previous recession we hit, businesses sort of lost interest in sustainability and climate change. That's not the case this time. I think they see that COVID was sort of like on their risk register, but was a long-term shock they didn't expect to come. And they've seen the impact of that. I think they see the same with climate change. So an example of this is we're working with O2, where we're seeking to reduce e-waste by getting people to donate unwanted smartphones, and then we're digitally and physically cleaning those and making those available to the many people in this country who are digitally isolated. The response to that scheme has been phenomenal, most disturbingly seeing how isolated people are. So I think businesses are starting to see a connection between waste and their social agenda as well.
That's a very interesting point. I'm glad you mentioned the O2 there, because actually we had a question in asking about that, so I'm glad you touched on that. Just to pick up from what you said in your introduction, it seems to me that there have been a number of news stories about recycling ending up for incineration, for instance, and then certain sectors of the press kind of really sort of make quite a lot of those kind of stories. How detrimental do you think it is to have these kind of stories hit the sector?
Well, it's sorry, there's phone ringing in the background. I'm in the office. I hope you can't hear that. It's massively detrimental. You know, you're asking for people to perhaps spend more time and more effort, and they want to feel they're doing the right thing. So, you know, when you get a huge voting stall sort of stood on a beach somewhere, sort of showing what's happened to waste that's purportedly recycled, that's incredibly bad news for everybody. So I think, you know, the new legislation that DEFRA is bringing in to sort of encourage more domestic recycling, more traceability around our recycling can't come soon enough to give people trust that they're actually doing the right thing, and that business and the industry is absolutely replicating their efforts by ensuring that stuff is recycled.
Yes, that's been a theme throughout the whole day, actually. It seems to be sort of underpinning pretty much everything we're talking about, traceability, tracking waste. Perhaps I go back to James. Wondering about the how you see the role of manufacturers, producers, retailers in putting better systems in place, and community. And so it's not just a question of, obviously, you know, sort of independent organisations like Hubbub getting involved, but companies have their own can do things off their own bat. How much do you work with directly with producers of waste?
Yeah, well, we're very heavily involved in the policy discussions around extended producer responsibility, of course, and I think it's really important that they come up with ambitious and clear expectations for producers. And I think also the plastics tax will help as well. I mean, that's starting to show that people are thinking more systematically about the waste streams and the quality of the waste streams, because the value of plastic waste will increase as it needs to be deployed into the expectation of plastics being made with 30% of recycled plastics associated with it. So I think this is all a really important part of the dynamic around this. I mean, I think, you know, the pure economists would say, well, you know, let's price the externality around it, let's price the impact of it. It's carbon pricing can contribute, I think, here, but it's probably not going to be material enough to have a big shift in consumers' behavior. So it needs to link into the supply chain and what producers are accessing, and how they then get access to innovative materials that offer a better proposition for recycling and reuse, or composting and biological decomposition, which are all early stage, well, some of them more advanced than others, technology that really needs to be invested in more, and some of the big packaging firms are already doing that, but you know, that's where we need to see a lot of activity as people take more responsibility for what they're producing.
And when it comes to the Horiel question of labelling, and because there's been reports the last year or so about how people just don't understand on earth what the little green dots mean or what that means, and I realised to my shame that I didn't understand it either. do you see? I mean, that's obviously that's to do with not just regulation, but with public perception and with packaging designers. How do you see that progressing over the next year?
Well, I think there's a big education process underway around all of this, educating consumers, but also producers, and looking to harmonise some of the approaches that there are. And I mean, it is very difficult that there's so much proliferation around ways and means that you can recycle materials and how they get labelled. And some of the work we've done is to try and make that easier for people living in individual boroughs. They can go and look at London Recycles and see what can be recycled where in the policies that individual boroughs have. But you know, all of this is an essential part of rethinking the waste management system, which I think is what's at the heart of getting a better relationship between the materials we use and how we value them, and use them for as long as possible, and ultimately dispose of them carefully and safely.
If I can bring Angeliki back in on this, has any of your research taken on exactly the public confusion, I suppose, about you've got a packaging of something and then not knowing what to do with it, which we've all had. I have that every day, I think.
For the COVID work, no, we've largely just engaged with local authorities and then regulators and civil servants. But I have had students doing some research on public perceptions and their understanding of labels, and my students have shown it's like a vast confusion and different interpretations. So yeah, the labeling and packaging is a key opportunity for kind of improving disposal practices and recycling.
Sure thing. Trinh, back to you. What's once again, Hubbub always seems full of exciting ideas. What do you see sort of an increasing role for new forms of technology to get involved here in order to get information on to people? And I mean, like for instance, I think we brought up in an earlier session. There is in Wales, there's a system of deposit return scheme where you can just scan something and do it on your phone rather than having to use a machine, a reverse vending machine, for instance. Do you see that kind of as the savior of us, really?
So we've done lots of tests around recycling reward machines. So we put them into service stations in Kent. We put them into Leeds city centre just to see what the reaction would be to the public to having a reward. It was technology-wise, it was fairly clunky, but I think what we saw was a number of things. The first thing was that the use of recycling reward machines provided really high-quality material.
Yes.
So even though the machines didn't necessarily segregate what was coming into them, people knew that if it said you wanted a bottle or a can or a cup, they tended to put those in. So it was really high quality. We tested a whole load of different incentives and benefits on the machine. So different price points, different, it's like you could get money back on going to a shop, you could give the money to a charity. And we tested between sort of 5 and 10p per item. Strangely, the price differential didn't seem to make a lot of difference. That people actually were willing to use the machines and participate because it was there and they liked the technology rather than the amount they got back. And actually, many people didn't even redeem the coupons. So if they had money to go and get 5p off in the local shop, the redemption rate was low, except for students, bizarrely. That was quite high. And I think a lot of the people said that they used the machines because it just made it easier and more fun to get engaged with the whole recycling. So, there is clearly a role for technology in this. And I think recycling reward or deposit return, it's part of the government strategy. It definitely has a piece to play in the whole process, but I think it has to fit into the whole process. It can't be introduced and then perhaps undermine sort of existing curbside schemes. It has to be part of this bigger mix, but I'm sure we're going to see more technology, and I think we should see more technology on actually what happens to the stuff once it's been recycled. I think that's the big question. The scheme we did in Leeds told people exactly where it was going to be recycled, and it was all local, and that had a massive impact on people's desire to get involved.
Interesting. We just had a follow-up question on the O2. Can you give specifics of the number of devices that have been donated? Is the question.
Yeah, that was from Mark. Yeah, just so the aim mark is 10,000 devices over the next 6 months. We will have done 2,000 devices this week. So 1,500 into London and 500 into Manchester. And the challenge we have is not the demand for the devices, and it's not the technology to clean them. The challenge we have is getting people to donate devices. And the real challenge is that a device is not enough on its own, that people need data. It's no point having a device if you can't afford the data. So O2 and the scheme are providing people with a year's free data. And I think any recycling scheme around e-waste can't just give a device, it has to give data capacity to the people who can't afford it.
Sure. We've also had a question in from for James here. Let me just scroll up properly. Actually, sorry, I've just lost it there. For James, having worked with Thames 21 and seeing what gets washed up, do you think there is a real call for better education about how you recycle?
Absolutely. I mean, and I think you know, the work that that Thames 21 are doing, and people like Lucy Siegel that really highlight some of the extraordinary impact of our careless and irresponsible use of materials, I think is phenomenally important. And we've got to create some form of movement almost that makes it just unacceptable to do this kind of activity. And it'll take a little bit of time, but there's so much urgency to it as well. And I think that's where we have to bring together our collective voice. I mean, we're all advocating for a more responsible relationship with our materials and with waste. And we can apply peer pressure, and also through our organizations help provide solutions that reduce that waste. And many of these are not phenomenally complicated. You just want to make sure that waste doesn't leak into waste moves to the path of least resistance. So that's why it moves into rivers, and that's why so much waste gets into the ocean from rivers. So treat it well upstream, you know, have solid waste plants that enable the materials to be effectively treated, and make sure it doesn't get into the system is absolutely critical. But highlighting the issue, very, very important, and making it unacceptable to do this sort of thing, I think, is also important.
Excellent. Well, we've had another question in for the whole panel. I'll start with you, Angeliki, on this, if that's okay. Does the panel think there would be benefits and easier consumer understanding achieved if the UK as a whole had a standard approach to waste and recycling? And obviously, we've heard from Chris Preston earlier today about progress on resources and waste strategy, about local authority consistent collections. Angeliki, what's your view on that?
Gosh, I'm a pragmatic person, so I don't think a standard approach is possible. Sorry then. God, I really don't have an answer to that. In part because what I have found with our COVID research is just how fragmented this sector is, and the differences not only across the countries but also across local authorities. And then, you know, each local authority is working with a different business to help it manage its waste. So I guess this is a challenge that we have to think, a long-term challenge that we have to think about. Yes, the standard approach would help, but then each local authority is so different, and as a geographer, you know, every part of the UK is so different. So how do we have something that's pragmatic, that accounts for the kind of realities of the geographic realities, both socially, economically, and geographically? I just don't know. It's too complex. So we need more research about this. Actually, but I might go backwards a little bit before we finish with this question, just on the traceability and the tracking and the data. The other thing, perhaps the most important finding we found, is the significant data gaps that have emerged in responding to COVID-19 at this time. And I guess the thing I think we need to have a kind of forthcoming conversation about the difficulties of sharing data, considering commercial sensitivities, considering the importance of small and medium enterprises. It's like larger businesses can obviously lead the way, but then and ESA is generating great data, but then we've just kind of got this black box of waste management activity, and it's going to be really, I think we should kind of pay attention to how we can engage with SMEs to generate data. So this is my little bugbear.
No, thanks for that. Trevor, perhaps I can come to you on the initial question there about from the audience. Now you obviously work with many different local authorities. You must see the differences between them and how they work. Do you share Angeliki's somewhat sort of downbeat measure on consistent household collections?
No, I don't think I do actually. I mean, it's a perennial conversation. I mean, there has to be greater consistency, at least on certain standard materials, so that everybody knows what goes where. Because if you don't have that consistency, I mean, every major company we talk to, you know, they don't have a marketing campaign which works at different London Borough levels. They have a national marketing campaign. If they could put messaging on pack, which was consistent across the whole of the UK, then everybody would see that consistent message, and it would make it so much easier for people to understand what to do. And we constantly hear that people are confused. We've just run a campaign with Innocent and the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea, and we just know people are totally confused about what goes where. And then you get people who either can't be asked and they just stick everything in one bin, or even worse than that, you get the overly conscientious recyclers who think, yes, this should be recycled, so I'll put it in the recycling bin. And either way, you get contamination. So, you know, there absolutely has to be consistency. And I know it's difficult, but we could make it a whole lot simpler. And if you did have consistency, by the way, you'd also save a lot of people a lot of money, because, you know, you could standardize a lot of the processes. I think my other really big concern at the moment is that a lot of brands are going their own way. So, you know, you're seeing if you've got a packet of crisps, you post it here. If you've got this recycling container, you post it here. You know, so, you know, the public are being asked to do more and more things with different types of brands. The accountability of what actually happens to those things that they sort of gleefully post off is not clear. So, you know, and that can't be environmentally sustainable. It can't be good for consumer communications. So, you know, we need to put a stop to this proliferation of individual brands thinking that they can market their way out of bigger problems.
That's a very good point. Oh, sorry, carry on, Angeliki. Sorry,
Sorry, I don't want to play the host, but I've got a question for Trewin. So, harmonization, standardization are so important. So, as a kind of outsider looking at the sector, what are some of the things that are necessary to get towards this approach, a harmonized approach?
So I'm picking about 30 years about the way the recycling industry works. You know, most local authorities, as you alluded to, will have contracts with a waste disposal company, probably quite long-term contracts. They've probably got heinous penalty clauses if they change things. And sort of trying to break that and trying to get the waste industry to collaborate with each other is mightily difficult at the moment. So, you know, government is trying to do the right thing, but it's trying to unpick a very chaotic and ill-advised system.
Perhaps I definitely want to pick up something a bit later on, Trewin, what you said about brands going their own way. So I think another possible word for that is greenwashing, which is something I'm very interested in. But perhaps go to James, really. We heard from Trewin there about confused people in Kensington. How do you see, is it possible even to have consistency within London, I mean, which is such a vast and complicated region?
Well, I think there's a what and there's a how here, isn't there? And there's a where do we start from and where do we end up? And of course, this is an industry that's in many ways started from very little. I think recycling rates were less than 10% 10, 15 years ago, and now nationally around 30% in London. So it has grown quite rapidly. I think what we're trying to do is converge the good practices and get people to learn from one another in a way that enables greater consistency without sort of taking out innovation and also alignment with local circumstances. I mean, the whole purpose of local authorities is that they're democratically elected, and part of that is about how effective they are at managing waste. So it is more democratic, perhaps, than many people often think. The how bit, I think, comes from, for example, the reducing waste and recycling plans that the Mayor of London has got every borough to produce. And they explain how each borough is going to hit the target of, for London as a whole, of 65% of waste being recycled, which means about 45% for household waste. And I think that's a good instrument to use to increase ambition and to converge what works well. And again, you know, this is an industry that is maturing very rapidly, and I think it's beholden to all the participants and actors to come together and have that kind of conversation. What is going to be best practice, and how do we accelerate ourselves to that? Because you can't just let the system be suboptimal, because we've seen the consequences of it, and I think people are ready for change.
Excellent. Well, I think we've got time for one last issue, which what Trent brought up there, with the example of, which is very publicised at the time. Suddenly the public get all exercised about, say, crisp packets. A company then says, well, mainly it's all the crisp packets, and then that sort of turns out not to be quite so practical as perhaps they thought, and then it seems to be forgotten again. Perhaps James, if you'd like to carry on this, how much of a problem is it that really we see with public attitudes just changing very quickly? Companies can just quickly greenwash, and then the whole thing just blows over, and then we end up back where we started.
Well, you know, what I think we're seeing is a tremendous shift in the way finance and investors think about businesses. You know, there is now, I think it's $17 trillion of assets under management are committed to promoting ESG principles and addressing climate change. And I don't think businesses can ignore it anymore, because they'll find that there are consequences for it. And if you look at Unilever, they're going to put their climate change plan to investors every year. And it's going to be a non-binding vote from them. And I think that's where it'll be a bit like the Volkswagen situation. You know, they broke the rules, and the consequence of that were billions of dollars of shareholder value being wiped off. And which CEO, which executive, which non-executive director is going to take that risk with their organization? And I think that's where we have to build this movement that's going to critique the use of materials and waste, and make it really much better aligned with our long-term goals and the future of the planet.
Excellent, excellent. Angeliki, the same point to you. How concerned are you about greenwashing?
Yeah, greenwashing is a really significant concern. There's been decades of kind of critical research from social scientists. I guess it's so tricky. I don't have a solution for this. My tendency is to go toward the negative, and I promised myself I would be positive coming in today's conversation. So I'm going to leave it at greenwashing is a significant issue. So I'm really excited that there is a discussion about this in this kind of forum.
Okay, and Trent, finally to you, because we heard from James there being very optimistic about Unilever, for instance, and seeing corporate responsibility really taking hold. Can you have the same sort of optimism?
I mean, I think what James said is completely true. You know, sustainability during COVID has probably in most progressive companies moved up the agenda. I think the danger is how they then turn that increased desire to act into reality. And I think the problem is that it's easier for a company who perhaps sell crisp packets to come up with a solution which says, post it here and we've solved your problem for you, and then hope that the question goes away. It's easier for them to do that than to make the sort of longer term investment and commitment to changing the overall infrastructure, which I know several of that company's other competitors are doing, so that you create a long-term solution and that you link that longer-term solution to the infrastructure that's already in place. So I think the great danger of greenwash is that certain companies look for the quick fix rather than the long-term systemic fix, which might give them less short-term publicity and kudos, but actually will give them a longer-term benefit for sort of their true sustainability. And I think that's the danger of greenwash. It gets into the hands of opportunistic marketeers rather than people who are thinking about what is the better long-term solution.
Well, I think I'm sorry to draw a close this discussion, because I think we're just getting going very interesting, actually. And I agree with you, Angeliki, that trying to be positive possible in this year of all years is incumbent on us all, really. I'm certainly spent the whole of 2021 trying to think of positive things to do. So thank you very much to each of you for joining me in this conversation, and I'm going to draw the MRW conference to a close now. I'd just like a few more things to say. First of all, thank you to our conference team. Their hard work has been absolutely amazing to see, and thank you to each and every one of those. I'll be buying them all the beer later. Thank you to our sponsors, Disposal, Acumen, FCC, and Economy. And also just to add to any of the audience, if any issues that you want to follow up, please do get in touch either with me or the MRW team in general, and we will happily chase this up. And there we go. So once again, thank you all, and goodbye.
Thank you very much. Great to join you.
Thanks for the invitation.
That's good.